I didn't know I was live. Hold up. Get rid of that. Um, is this mic's working at least? Do that. I just need some music. I need YouTube to play nice, but it's not letting me quiet this thing down. Alright. That took a bit. Also, my chat is not working. Man, YouTube streaming sure is kind of a bitch. Docs, profile scene, tools, help. I want to see chat. Chat. Alright, there we go. Hi, Jimmy. I couldn't see anything. And I was like, well, why couldn't I see chat? Anyways. I'm surprised you're here. That was really fast. So. Also, let me fix this. As you can see, Wizards of the Coast released the latest Player's Handbook Playtest 6. If you didn't know, the previous Player's Handbook Playtest 5 is the largest D&D playtest they've done. This is the new largest D&D playtest they've done. It's fucking massive. I have read through some of the... I've read through the classes. Like, basically read through everything that wasn't the subclasses, because I wanted to compare the subclasses with those of with those of the existing ones and the other things that they've tested. So what I've done here, I should pull up classes here. What I've done here is I have the base classes, and here we go. I have all of the relevant playtest stuff, which is, here's the playtest for the Ranger, Rogue, and Bard. Here's the playtest for the Cleric and Paladin. The Cleric. And here's the playtest for the Druid and the Paladin. And then, because they added more stuff, I have this for all of the existing subclasses that they will cover. It's going to be a long stream. When it is done, I'm going to play some Pikmin 4 demo that also came out, because that's going to be fun. But yeah. It's gonna be a big one. I have lots of thoughts and opinions already, but I'm gonna get into that first. I'm gonna get into this first, which is the important stuff. So we're gonna zoom in so everyone can read with me, and we'll cover this one when it becomes relevant. But we can skip most of this stuff. I don't need to read the flavor text here. These here patch notes are basically going to be the most important thing, because I am not reading through everything that hasn't changed. Fortunately, these patch notes are very handy, and they allow you to see what is different. So let me quickly go down to the Abad. First things first. So, Bard. Bardic Inspiration. Originally, the Bardic Inspiration is... There we go. Also have this open up at the same time. Basically, to TLDR this, you use a bonus action, play a little tune, do a little jig or whatever, however you want, and then one creature other than you in 60 feet of you gets Bardic Inspiration, which is a d6. Now, well, before you had to hold it, basically. You hold it and then you say like, oh, I kind of really want to make this, so I'll use a Bardic Inspiration, but you have to tell the DM you're doing it before. Main difference here now is you can use it in response to failing, so you don't have to like guesswork this. And you have an hour to do it, because before it was just 10 minutes. Also in the previous Unearthed Arcana, they gave it a healing option. I was not a fan of it having a healing option. That was my opinion previously of I didn't want the bard to just be a healer, and they were really shoving in the healer, and they did the opposite this time around. All of this, if I can remember correctly, all of this is basically exactly the same. Yeah, they get everything at the same progression. This entire table is exactly the same. All this stuff on the left, also exactly the same. But here's the other things that changed with the bard. Originally, previous playtest, they had this silly little thing here, where it said, prepare spells from your class, bring this table. Where is it? They were limited in what they could choose. Here we go. Spellcasting. You can prepare 2-level cantrips and 2 first-level spells of your choice. Any spell you prepare must be arcane spell, and it must be of the following schools: divination, enchantment, illusion, transmutation. Basically, they were saying you have to pick from 4 schools. You didn't get all the schools. Now, they went the opposite. You choose a spell list between arcane, divine, and primal. You can have, like, when you're first level bard, you choose which spell list you're going to go through for the rest of the game, but you can have any spell list available to you. That's a lot of options for making it. Like, there's so many more fun combinations by doing that this is such a good change. I love this, and it makes the bard feel unique in a really, really good way that doesn't strip away from the wizard or any of the other spellcasters. At least I think so. Because they are still limited in the fact that you have a number of spells that you can choose. You can only prepare so many spells. You can only prepare so many spells. Anywho's, as we said, Bardic Inspiration, bonus, it's now bonus action, but always was against an hour. It's good. So yeah, the other stuff here. Spell preparation no longer tied to level. They also had that. I don't need to cover that really. They just said that it was a very specific way of preparing spells, and they took that out so that people can more easily make their character. Jack of all trades is back to being a 2nd level feature. I believe it was 5th level. So they brought it back to 2nd. Subclasses. Every subclass now starts at level 3, so that's every subclass has this change. Font of Inspiration is back to being 5th level. It used to be... and now it also... Where was Font of Inspiration? 7th level? Jesus! They really nerfed the bard previously. Also allows you to expend spell slots to use Bardic Inspiration when I used it. It just says that you can burn... A lot of class features, like, I believe... Wild Shape, Bardic Inspiration, I want to say Channel Divinity. All of these, maybe not Channel Divinity, but the other 2, you're now able to expend a spell slot of a specific level to get said class feature back. Which is good. It's nice if you're ever running out. Counter Charm returns and it's been improved. It's now a reaction rather than an action. Counter Charm was simply put a feature that says if someone is currently under the effect of charm, you would have to spend your entire action to start a performance that lasts until the end of your next turn, and only then would creatures within 30 feet of you have advantage against being frightened or charmed. It was so niche and specific that no one ever used it in their life. So they finally made it a reaction and made it good. Magical Secrets is huge, considering now you have access to every spell list. Here, we'll just go down to Magical Secrets real quick. You have so original Magical Secrets says choose 2 spells from any class, including this one. Spell must be of a level you can cast. Show the bard table or cantrip. Spells count as bard spells for you and are included in the spells known column on the bard table. And you get more later. Now it's you have collected blah blah blah. As a result, your bard spell list now includes the arcane, divine, and primal spell list. So originally it just says choose 2 and then later choose 2 more and then later choose 2 more. Now it's like, okay, remember that choice you made at first level? Doesn't matter. 10th level, everything's available to you. You have it all at the same time. That's insane. That is so good. Unfortunately for a bard, at the very least in this case, if I remember, chosen list of bards represents magic trade. One of each list includes fish mockery. To start, choose 4 levels from first. The number of spells you have in your list also increases your bard levels. I'm just trying to make sure I remember this correctly. So whenever that number increases, choose additional spells from your... I need to exit Steam real quick. Alright. The chosen spell must be of a level to cast. Whenever you gain bard level, you place 1 level. Yeah, so all I was trying to do at this point was saying the only way to change a spell is to level up, and then you get more depending on the level, and you can change 1. But those changes only happen on level up, so like you're kind of stuck with it until you get a new level. You kind of really gotta deliberate. Man, do you have choice now at level 10? You have so much choice. Other than that, the final feature is Word of Creation, which just means you have automatically gained Power, Word, Heal, and Kill, which are very, very powerful spells. And when you cast them, you can target 2 creatures as long as they are within 10 feet of you, or of each other. Very good feature, although this might be a little bit more lackluster just considering it still takes a 9th level spell slot. It's just slightly better, so it's like, could have been better. I mean, I don't really care about 20th level features because no one ever gets to 20th level unless you're like really going for it. So I don't really ever factor in the 20th level features into my thoughts. And then we have all of this stuff. By the way, the previous 20th level bard feature, if you were wondering, is this. And it only gains 1 expended use. So at least they made it 18th level and 2. But this, normally I'd compare the D&D subclasses to the PHP. This is just new. This is just a new subclass. I've read this one. All it says is you're kind of like a monk mixed in with a bard. So you get unarmored defense. It's 10 plus dex plus charisma. So if you have maxed out dex and charisma, 20 AC. That's pretty good. And dexterity is very good for a bard anyways, so that's nice. Agile strikes just means that, and this is actually the most fun feature, when you use bardic inspiration as part of anything, action, bonus action, or reaction, and the reaction one is important now, it allows you to make an unarmed strike as part of that same thing. You might think, well, bards only have bonus action bardic inspirations, and I'm sure you can get some action bardic inspiration. But they also have, oh, by the way, this feature that says when you do dexterity, you can use dexterity instead of strength for these unarmed strikes, and you can roll bardic inspiration plus dexterity for the damage, not expending a die. That's the important part. But this is the thing here. When an enemy you can see, ends its turn within 5 feet of an ally of yours who is within 60 feet of you. You use your reaction, expend 1 use of Bardic's Inspiration to move up to half your speed. Then roll your Bardic Inspiration die, and the ally can move up to a number of feet equal to 5 times that roll. And since you got that earlier feature, which lets you use, an unarmed strike when you make a reaction with Bardic Inspiration, which this is, you can hit someone. So now, you can just use your reaction to slap someone and walk away. That's pretty fun. Leading evasion is basically saying you get the evasion skill from the rogues, but you can apply it to anyone within 5 feet of you. Specifically saying, when you make a dex save, to only take half damage, you instead take no damage if you succeed, half damage if you fail, and anyone with 5 feet gets the same benefit. As long as you're not, surrounded by, a monk and a rogue, this is another good one. Tandem footwork, when you roll initiative, you can spend 1 use of Bardic Inspiration if you don't have it incapacitated. When you do so, roll an Inspiration die, choose a number of creatures within 60 feet of yourself, including yourself, up to a number equal to your Charisma modifier. Each of them gains a bonus to initiative. I think this one's kind of lackluster. I don't personally like spending a resource on initiative roll, unless there is a very good reason, because Bardic Inspiration is already limited as is. I think it's equal to your Charisma modifier. So, this one's kind of eh. Irresistible Dance. You always have Otto's Irresistible Dance spell prepared. Cast without spending a spell slot. Once you cast a spell a long way, you can't do it any long rest. You can use a Bardic Inspiration. Use 4 Bardic Inspiration to get it again. No action required. To pull up Otto's Irresistible Dance is a spell on basic rules, which I've never heard of up until now. I'm not going to lie. I don't ever look at this. Choose 1 creature that you can see within range. The target begins a comic dance in place, shuffling, tapping its feet, and capering for the duration. Creatures that can't be charmed are immune to the spell. A dancing creature must use all of its movement to dance without leaving its space and has disadvantage on dexterity saving throws and attack rolls. While the target is affected by the spell, other creatures have advantage on attack rolls against it. As an action, a dancing creature can make a wisdom saving throw to gain control. On success, it ends. So this is basically a 6th level wisdom saving throw to reduce an opponent's... it gives them a few... Personally, I think at 6th level you have better concentrations to do, because this doesn't really stop the enemy from doing anything. It just gives your allies a bit of an edge on hitting them. And there's better spells when you consider the fact that the Bard now has every spell list available to them. You can get... If you have a feature that lets you restrain a target, anyways, considering that there's a spell out there, I'm sure that does it. That would be better than this. Restrained is just better. You have access to everything now. This is kind of a kind of thing. And that's it. That is the entire thing. Overall, I gave this opinion to Parker. But the Dance Monk, or Dance Bard it's okay. It's fine. If you like the theme, go for it. I just think it could be better. It could be a little bit better. Next up is a returning one, the College of Glamour. Eloquence, Glamour. Here we go. So the main difference is now, Mental Inspiration now grants a number of temporary hit points determined by a roll of Bardic Inspiration. Beguiling Magic, formerly Enthralling Performance, has been redesigned to focus on hindering enchantment and illusion. Mantle of Majesty now ensures you always have the command spell prepared, blah blah blah. And Unbreakable Mastery now triggers on a creature hitting you and communicated. So, basically, everything changed. So what is it? Starting with, first off, Enthralling Performance is the same. Where is... Here it is. Enthralling Performance. So, throwing performance previously, as we can see here, allows you to perform at least for 1 minute. If you perform for 1 minute, you can attempt to inspire wonder in your audience by singing, reciting a poem, or dancing. At the end of the performance, choose a number of humanoids within 60 feet, who watch and listen to all of it, up to a number equal to your charisma modifier, minimum of 1. Each target must succeed on a wisdom saving throw against your spell save DC, or be charmed. While charmed, they idolize you. It speaks glowingly of you to anyone who talks to it, and it hinders anyone who opposes you. Although it avoids violence unless this effect ends after 1 hour. If it takes any damage, if you attack it, or if it witnesses you attacking or damaging any of its allies. If the target succeeds, basically, this is a 1 minute way to guarantee you kind of have someone under your foot without them hating you. Because one of the main drawbacks of like 90% of charming features is that the enemy or whoever you cast on despises you. Some of them just say they'll instantly be aggressive. Some of them they know they hate you. There's so many things. The benefit of this feature was always that it doesn't know, which is nice. They just think that they just remember it oh yeah, I really like that guy. Now it says you always have charm person in a mirror image. In addition, immediately after you cast an enchantment or illusion spell, you can cause a creature you can see within 60 feet of you to make a wisdom saving throw. On fail, target has charmed or frightened. For 1 minute, target can repeat the saving throw at the end of your turn, and instead, once you use benefit, you can also restore feature, Bardic Inspiration. You can also restore blah blah blah. Point is, now it's just you can just, if you cast either enchantment or illusion, you can pick someone to charm. But it's just a regular charm. They don't, as far as I'm aware, it doesn't say that they know that they were charmed by you, though it only lasts for a minute and they can keep making the saves. I mean, and throwing performance was kind of cool, I'm not gonna lie. This is a bit, I get that this was niche, but it's also not hard to imagine a situation where you just play a song for a minute. This was niche but fun. This is kind of just helpful, but is it really gonna come up that, is it gonna make that big of a difference? Anywho, Mantle of Inspiration. Previously, bonus action, you spend a Bardic Inspiration, give yourself a wondrous appearance, and when you do, you choose a number of creatures that you can see within 60 feet, up to a number equal to your charisma modifier. Each of them gains 5 temporary points. When a creature gains these, it can immediately use its reaction to move up to its speed without provoking attack of opportunity, and this number of temporary points increases as you gain more levels. Now, sorry, I went a little bit too far. Still a bonus action. Spend a Bardic Inspiration. Rolling the die this time, and when you do, you choose a number of creatures, exactly the same number of creatures. They each gain number of points equal to 2 times the number rolled on the die, and then each of them can use its reaction to move up to its speed. I'll say I'd say this is overall better. I mean, the static number, let's say you got 14 here, 15. Let's say you're high 15th level bard. I'm scrolling way too high. 15th level bard, that means your Bardic Inspiration is already at a D12. That means you're rolling anywhere from 2 to 24. At the highest level in the College of Glamour. Which I think puts it... Yeah, this was a little bit above the average before. But I like rolling dice. So I think this is overall better. Just on that notion. That's it. That's the only notion, is I like clickety-clack bath rocks. Next, Mantle of Majesty. originally, it says use bonus action, you cast command without spending a spell slot. Take on an unearthly appearance for 1 minute, or until your concentration ends, because it's concentration. During this time, you can cast command as a bonus action on each of your turns without expending a slot. Anyone charmed by you automatically fails the saving throw, so it works well with the charm person you get for free earlier and all that stuff. Now, say you always have it prepared. Before, it didn't actually say that you had command, it just said that you can cast command. Now you have it always. Still a bonus action. You can spend it without spending spell slot, take on the same thing, unearthly appearance, 1 minute, concentration. Cast command, again, bonus action. Any creature charmed by you automatically fails. Once you use the feature again, you can't use it again to finish long rest. And you can also restore your use by spending a spell slot of 3rd level or higher, which is... It's still good. It is still good. I don't know what else to say. This is just like better because this is a better version of command, so I'll give it that. Unbreakable Majesty. Previously, bonus action. Present for 1 minute or until you are incapacitated for a duration whenever any creature tries to attack you. First time on a turn, the attacker must make a charisma saving throw against the spell save DC. On its failed, it can't attack you on its turn. Must choose a new target for its attack. Be wasted. Spell save. It can't attack you, but has a disadvantage on any saving throw against your spells on your next turn. And comes back on a short long rest. Now it's still bonus action. Still lasts 1 minute until incapacitated. For the duration, whenever a creature hits you with an attack roll for the first time on a turn, it must make it succeed on a charisma saving throw against your spell save DC, or the attack misses instead as the creature recoils. Overall, this just sucks. I mean, before it had like so many ways to protect you, and now it's just like 1 attack per turn. They might miss. They might miss 1 attack. Ooh-wee! Like, I guess they did this because there was a chance. I don't like it. The previous one was better. I'm just gonna say it. The previous one was way better. It's so weird that they just left out the fact that they nerfed this ability so hard. Overall, weird as it is to say, I don't know. I'm kind of on the fence with this one. Like later on, this kind of sucks, but like earlier on, it's kind of good. Either way, College of Lore is the other one. So man, College of Lore has some stuff. In the expert classes, College of Lore was the subclass that we were given. Let me go down to it. And it kind of blew chunks. It kind of blew big old chunkarinos. Sorry, I got distracted. I don't want to go through all of this. It's not worth my time. Just because I already know I dislike it. But what I am going to do is I'm just going to go through what it originally was, and we'll compare it. Previously, what they've changed. Bonus proficiencies have gone back to allowing any skill to be chosen. As you did before, it's exactly the same. Cutting Words can once more reduce damage. The damage reduction was absent in previous part because it could heal, but I guess Cutting Words is now exactly the same. I'm going to check that in a moment. Magical Discoveries, formerly called Additional Magical Secrets, has returned, and it now allows you to replace one of the chosen spells each time you gain a Bard's level. Oh, it does? Is Additional Magical Secrets still gone? Peerless Skill now benefits both ability checks and attack rolls, not just ability checks. Wait, so... Cutting Words is the same, I'm pretty sure. Originally it said when a creature within 60 feet makes an attack roll, an ability check, or damage roll, you can use your reaction. Spend use Bardic Inspiration, roll subtracting it, choose each feature after but before you know if it succeeds. Meaning you can't hear, or just mean being charmed. Just double checking this one for one. They have conveniently left out the part where cutting words has this thing at the end. The creature is immune if it can't hear you or is immune or if it's immune to being charmed. That's just not here. So I guess you can use cutting words on deaf things, which is funny when you really think about it. Magical discoveries, which replaced magical... Yeah, it replaced additional magical secrets. Originally, it just says, this is just like the regular Bard class magical secrets that says you can get 2 spells. And it just lets you do this earlier. So you can choose 2 spells from any class or a cantrip. And it count as a Bard spell, but don't count against the number of spells you know. You can choose, these spells can come from any lists or any combination thereof. A spell you choose must be a cantrip or a spell which is spell slot. You always have the chosen spell prepared, and whenever you gain a Bard level, you can replace one of the spells with another spell that meets the requirements above. So you can now replace your magical secrets in the future. I am alive. I am busy this week because my family's in town, so I have not had a lot of time to stream. But I am alive. Fearless skill. What did they say about this one again? Oh yeah, well, now it's just both ability checks and attack rolls. That's cool. Normally it just said, when you make an ability check, you use Bardic Inspiration. Now it says, when you make an ability check or an attack roll. Wow, that's all it did. It's good. Yeah, that's all I need to say about that. College of Valor is a big one. I've never really known what the College of Valor really does, other than I know it's the stabby bard. It's a bard that stabs you. Martial training, normally bonus proficiencies, now allows you to use a weapon as a spellcasting focus to cast spells from your bard list, which was often requested. Yeah, originally Valabard still had to use some kind of magical instrument, which made it impossible to cast spells and have a shield and have a weapon. So that's good. And also, Combat Inspiration has 2 changes. For 1, the defense option is now triggered by being hit. 2, the offense option works with attacks of any kind, not just weapons. So yeah, before, if we go into here, Combat Inspiration. Creature has Bardic Inspiration die from you can roll that die and add the number rolled to a weapon damage roll it just made. Alternatively, when an attack roll is made against the creature, it can use its reaction to roll Bardic Inspiration and add the number rolled to its AC against the attack after seeing the roll before knowing if it misses. Now it just says you can choose between when the creature is hit by an attack roll, that creature can use its reaction to roll Bardic Inspiration and adds the AC, or immediately after the creature hits a target with an attack, it can roll a Bardic Inspiration and add the number rolled to damage. Just attack. So overall, the idea behind this one, as you can clearly see, is now I can do this on my friendly neighborhood wizard and or cleric, and they blast a spell and add the Bardic Inspiration damage to it. It's nice. I think this is mostly nice when you factor in... It does have to be an attack roll, so you can't just slap this on a fireball. But it works on some of the really, really cooler other ones, like Guiding Bolt. That's always nice. Otherwise, it's exactly the same. It just says that you can use your simple or martial weapons as spellcasting focused, which you couldn't do before. And that's it. That's the Bard. Overall, thumbs up from the Bard. Other than Glamour's kind of a little bit lame. Dance one is a little bit but like Bard as a class, mwah. Fantastic. I'd play that. I'd play that. Honestly, first thought to mind would be like a cleric bard of some kind. I'd do that. That'd be so much fun. Cleric. This is a big one. This is a really big one. So I actually have a player playing the cleric right now. Here we go. I have a player playing the cleric right now. It is quite a lot. It is quite a lot. And it looks like a lot of fun. It looks like quite a lot of fun. So, a lot of things changed that we'll try and get into. First off, Divine Order, formerly called Holy Order, it is this feature here, which says that when you reach level 2, you choose one of the following options between Protector, Scholar, and Thaumaturge. Scholar is for skills, Thaumaturge is for spellcasting, and Protector is for tanking. This being you get proficiencies and such in all of those sort of categories, other than spellcasting gives you more cantrips. Now, they decided to shoop together Thaumaturge and Scholar, and also move Divine Order to first level. So you can just instantly get these features, which is good. It's weird that you didn't get them immediately, because it kind of messes with some of the pacing, just being like, where the hell did this guy get his martial training? He just gets it now at first level, so it makes more sense. And again, they took out that thing that said, hey, spells have to be tied to spell slots. No, they just say you can do it all the time now. Any Whoozits, Channel Divinity has returned to second level. I believe it was third level before? No, first level. It was first level and then they changed it. Now they put it back on second level. And its number of uses now increases with your cleric level and isn't based on proficiency bonus. So yeah, over here. They didn't even like put Channel Divinity, but it was tied to this, so you can get at this. No, okay. This rate. Now you get it at a slower rate. Jesus, that is. They really nerfed your Channel Divinity. Oh my god. They just said, no. Slow down with that. We're not doing that anymore. In addition, you gain one use when you finish a short rest, which I thought you already did. And you would gain all use when you finish a long rest. No, okay. I guess I was crazy. I thought there was a... Oh, maybe it's just a paladin thing. I don't know. Either way, you can get one use back on a short rest, which is nice. It makes them a little better with short rest. The healing and damage of Divine Spark has also changed, and Turn Undead now uses the Incapacitated and Frightened condition. Finally, Multiclassic Sidebar has a new rule for Channel Divinity. So here's the Divine Spark and Turn Undead features that we'll cover later. And what they said, all this means, this applies to the Paladin too, is if you are getting Channel Divinity from both Cleric and Paladin, you can only use that Channel Divinity from that class on that class's feature. So basically, if I am a Paladin Cleric hybrid multiclass, you would not be able to use the Cleric's Channel Divinity to get Paladin Channel Divinity use. They are separate features. Which at that point, I'd just say you might as well rename them to make it easier for new players, but that's just me. So let's quickly go to Channel Divinity down here at the second level to see specifically what changed with Divine Spark and Turn Undead. Divine Spark before, it's still a magic action, 30 feet. Originally here, you roll a number of d8s equal to your proficiency bonus and add the rolls together, either restoring HP to creatures equal to that total, or force the creature to make a Constitution saving throw. On fail, it takes radiant or necrotic, or takes radiant damage only, half as much on a success. Now it's now it's 1d8 plus your wisdom modifier. You either restore hit points to a creature equal to the total, or force a creature to make a con save. On fail, take necrotic or radiant, your choice. Half as much on a successful save. I gotta say, I don't see the reason why they nerfed this. I like this specific change because before, if you fought something that was radiant, you would be kind of fucked. This change kind of sucks because now it just falls back into that category of why the hell, when am I going to do this? This is like saying, yes, we have given you a very limited use Cure Wounds at 30-foot range. It's taking up a resource from your class feature, or subclass feature, I mean. It's like, why? Why? Why would we do this? This is kind of shit. Roll additional d8 when you reach certain class levels, 7th, 13th, 18th, so on and so forth. But still, the d8s are not as good as what they used to be. Proficiency bonus scale faster and higher. Overall, not a fan of that change. That's one nerf. I guess they thought the cleric was OP. Turn Undead. I believe the only thing that they really changed about this is it has the frightened and incapacitated condition. Originally, if the creature fails, it is dazed. And that's it. Which was the whole thing. Frightened, I guess, is just better. I don't actually remember. I don't remember what dazed does, if I'm being honest. I think it forced you to, like, run away, is all. As it says down here, only action it can take is dash, and if it moves, it must end further than where it started. Now, it's frightened and incapacitated. Incapacitated, if you didn't know, all it says is you can't... I know you can't take an action and you can't take reactions. If you have a bonus action, you can still take that. But you are also still frightened. So you're kind of... This specific one is better, I think. This really fucks over the undead that's around you. But Divine Spark just kind of blows a little bit. Other cleric changes. This... I already said it. All subclasses start at 3rd level now. So that's all this is saying. Smite Undead. Now use your Wisdom modifier rather than Proficiency bonus. We also have clarified this damage does not end the turn effect on Undead. Smite Undead. Down here. You can cause your turn undead feature to smite the undying. When you use your turn undead, you can roll a number of d8s equal to proficiency. It basically just said if someone fails the wisdom saving throw, they're taking some damage. They've just clarified that it scales better earlier. This one's overall better. This update specifically is better. Blessed Strikes, we don't have to go over this one. This one just says you can now choose between between Divine or Potent, which is just like, do you want to smack people or do you want to cast? Commune, this is a new feature. We also don't need to go over this. This is literally just at 9th level you can cast the Commune spell for free. That's it. I think it comes back after a certain number of days. It's still good. I still appreciate having it, but like, it's not that big of a change. It's nice. It's just nice. Improved Blessed Strikes is a new 14th level feature. It works. You can imagine what this does. At 14th level, the Blessed Strikes is just, it's better. That's all. It just deals another dice of damage on either end. Divine Intervention and Greater Divine Intervention have been redesigned to allow reliable results. This was one of the most requested features. And then Greater Divine Intervention has returned to 20th level, replacing the Epic Boon. So before, Divine Intervention said, as an action, you describe the assistance you seek, roll a percentile die. If you roll a number equal to or lower than your cleric level, Divine Powers of Fiend, you choose Intervention to protect of any divine spells appropriate. Divine occurs. this is how it was originally. They rephrased it, but all it said is roll a d100. Your level is the number you want to get, or lower. And on success, anything could happen. You're in the DM's ballpark. What's gonna happen? What does your god do? I actually like the new feature. We can go down to it right now. Oh, we went. No, we're not too far. So, now, it's a magic action. When you use it, choose any divine spell of 5th level or lower. But that doesn't require a reaction to cast, so you can't just... I don't know what divine spell is a reaction, but they had to specify that. As part of the same action, you can cast that spell without expending a spell slot or needing material components. You then can't use this feature again to finish a long rest. So, a lot of people might whine and moan and bitch about no longer having God on speed dial, which was really, really funny. I'm not gonna lie, I really like that. But also, the odds of it happening were around a 10% chance. And when it happened, huge, big plays. But let me also counter the point. You now can use a magic action to fucking raise, do raise dead once per long rest. You don't need diamonds anymore if you're a cleric. Diamonds are no longer required as a cleric. That just freed up the cost. Now, on the flip side, if 2 of your friends die, uh-oh, that's not good. But at the very least, if you're 5th level, just theoretically put it here, you raise dead one of them, right then and there, bring them back, and then you wait a long rest, because raised undead I think has a 10 day, it's 1 week or 10 day time limit on someone being dead, and then you just raise undead the next person. As long as you're alive as a cleric, and I mean that was always gonna be, just don't die as a cleric, that's the idea, then this feature's good. It's just a darn shame that you don't get to call God to do something outright fucking insane for you. But yeah, overall it's just more reliable now, and there are some ways you can get around it that are a lot of fun. It's kind of cool when you think about it, is all I'm saying. It's pretty cool when you think about it, that you can always have one spell ready to use. Anywho. By the way, Divine Strikes on this thing ups damage, but Potent Spellcasting says you can give yourself or another creature temporary hit points equal to twice your Wisdom modifier. That's a free 10 temp HP every time you cast a cantrip that deals damage. It does have to deal damage to a creature with it. That's the downside. But it's still there. Here's the other thing. Greater Divine Intervention here. So originally, when you use Divine Intervention feature, it exceeds automatically, no required. You can't use it again for 2d4 days. That's how it was originally. You just had automatic success on it. Now, you were able to call on even more powerful Divine Intervention. When you use your Divine Intervention feature, you can choose Wish when you select the spell. If you do so, you can't use Divine Intervention again until you finish 2d4 long rest, and when you cast Wish with this feature, you're immune to the stress caused by using Wish. This is just a more specific way of saying anything goes. Wish is the spell that says you can do anything. And now you don't have to worry about any of the consequences that come with using Wish, as long as you use this feature. So, they kind of just move the ballpark of having God on speed dial to only being 20th level. Which again, overall I think it's kind of fine when you really consider it. That's just my hot take. I think this is actually a fine change. Cleric subclasses. So, we can move this. And bring back the thing here. Nope, not sources. This, there. So, again, I'm not going to bother going through the Life Cleric originally because we have new stuff in the Life Cleric. Death Forge, Grave knowledge. Life. Here you go. Domain spells, once again, include first level spells because they brought them back to being first level. Which is pretty cool. Disciple of Life is now cleared. Extra hit points made Disciple of Life clearer. Preserve Life has been redesigned to give more flexibility in how you protect yourself and others. Healing spells and blah blah blah. Blessed Healer is now cleared. That's extra hit points. Our base spells expended. Divine Strike replaced by Blessed Strikes in base class. Supreme Health Healing now applies to Channel Divinity as well. 2 spells. So, as you can see here, as I said, they just sort of lumped the first level stuff in with third level stuff just to make sure that you can't get the first level stuff early. You don't get the subclass stuff if you aren't in a subclass. And also, Aid is here. As they said. Originally, as you can see, it was Spiritual Weapon, and then it was Prayer of Healing. Now it's Aid. It's better that it's not Prayer of Healing, because that one was easy to slap on. Spiritual Weapon is kind of sad, but also didn't make sense for Life Domain to have Spiritual Weapon. I think everything else is... Well, no, Mass Human Word is here instead of Beacon of Hope. Guardian of Faith was replaced by Aura of Life. And Greater Restoration there instead of Raised Dead. Overall, on the spell list, it's like it just makes more sense. Other than the Raised Dead one would have been nice because they got Revivify here. That's kind of weird that they don't have Raised Dead, but hey, it's me. Disciple of Life originally says when you use spell of first level or higher to restore hit points to a creature, they gain additional 2+ spells. Oh. On a turn you cast a spell, they had to specify this part. So people would say that if you did something like use Good Berry, you could take the whole bundle of berries and people would just get a metric shit ton of healing. And now they're like, no, that is not what we meant. I'm fine with this because that other one definitely felt like cheese. You don't have a Good Berry that just gives you like 11 health every time you munch down on it. You don't just gotta go blah, 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 on all the fucking good berries and suddenly you're at full health. Not how it works. Preserved Life was their Channel Divinity. It's an action. Put out your holy symbol. Restore a number of hit points equal to 5 times your cleric level. That's a lot. Choose any creature within 30 feet and divide those amongst them. Feature can restore a number of creature to no more than half its hit point maximum. So you didn't get to go that high, but this was a good, oh shit, we're losing, I need to heal the gang. Here, it says, you expend Channel Divinity to create a spell slot to use for your casting. You must expend a number of Channel Divinities uses equal to spell level. For example, you can spend 1 use of Channel Divinity to create a first level spell slot for casting Shield of Faith if you have that spell prepared. Lame. That's all I have to say. Lame. This was cool. This is lame. That's where you're recommend saying sword fight or the final. Classic time. I wish I could like easily read all of these messages, but I can't. But yeah, classic times. Anywho's it's yeah. All I'm gonna say is Preserve Life kind of is a bit doo-doo here. Blessed Healer. Originally, when you cast a spell first level higher. Alright. Yeah. Am I crazy? Oh, I was like, I read it too fast, and I thought that it was just repeating Disciple of Life. No. So, when you cast a spell of first level or higher that restores hit points to a creature other than you, you also regain hit points equal to 2 plus the spell's level. Which I think is the same. Immediately after you cast a spell with spell slot, you regain hit points equal to 2 plus spells. Yep, I think that's exactly the same. Supreme Healing. This is, I don't know, by the way, they moved Divine Strike, Blessed Strike, they said that. Supreme Healing. Starting at 17th level, when you would normally roll 1 or more hit points, use the highest. Which I also think is exactly the same. Which was good, because that was the Life Domain Cleric's main thing, and it's cool, and it's fun, and it's good. Here's stuff that wasn't in the PHB. Bonus cantrip has been replaced by Divine Order in the base class. Domain spells contain several different spells, flesh out the list, with options that emphasize revelation. What the hell does that mean? Warding Flares now has improved flare rolled into it, allowing the cleric to use the feature on themselves and their allies. Revealing Light is a new 6th level feature, I did read that. Potent spellcasting has been replaced by Blessed Strikes, and Corona of Light has now benefited Radiance of Dawn and no crush action. So, what are the new spells on this? Because if you didn't know before, as you can see, spells on the Light Domain, this was the class where you said, I'm going to play a cleric, but I just want to burn the world to the ground. You had Burning Hands, Fairy Fire, Flaming Sphere, Scorching Ray, Daylight, Fireball, Guardian of Faith, Wall of Fire, Flame Strike, Scrying. Scrying was weird. I don't know why that one was there. But everything else is just like, I want to kill things. I want to throw fire everywhere. These spells are now. Still have Burning Hands, still have Fairy Fire, but now you have Moonbeam and See Invisibility. Alright, that's... Oh, okay. Daylight and Fireball is the same. Arcane Eye and Wall of Fire. I think Arcane Eye makes more sense than Guardian of Faith. Flame Strike and Scribe. Moonbeam is a little bit weird, not gonna lie. And See Invisibility is really weird, I'm not gonna lie, but that's a weird choice of... Okay, whatever. Sure, I guess. Flaming Sphere is a really good spell, I'm not gonna lie. Like, it's a really good spell. Not as good as Spiritual Weapon, but they also nerfed Spiritual Weapon, so I kind of wish they just kept Flaming Sphere. Whatever. Warding Flare. So originally, this says that when you are attacked by a creature within 30 feet of you, they can see, use your reaction, impose disadvantage on the roll, causing light to flare before the attacker, before it hits or misses. If they can't be blinded, they're immune to this. You can use it a number of times equal to Mism, and they already said that this part where you can use it on an ally within 30 feet of you is rolled into the first feature. That was the main benefit that you can see here. Radiance of Dawn. So, yeah, otherwise that's basically the same, but you get that 6th level feature earlier, it's nice. Radiance of the Dawn. Originally, Channel Divinity, it just says use an action, present your holy symbol, and any magical darkness within 30 feet of you is dispelled. And each hostile creature within 30 feet of you must make a con save, or else they take radiant damage equal to 2d10 plus your cleric level, or on a failed save or half as much on success. If they have total cover, they are immune to this. This one says, any magical darkness, such as that created by the darkness spell, in the sphere is dispelled. Additionally, each creature of your choice in the sphere must make a con save, 2d10 plus cleric. They took out the part where total cover blocks it. They seem to be doing that, where they take out that little like asterisk at the end. I don't know why they're taking those out, but I like it. It's just kind of interesting that that's a thing they keep doing. They just specified now really that it's a magic action, which has been consistent. They want to allow Counterspell to do more things, I guess. Or more specifically, I think they want anti-magic zones to be more useful. Alright, 6th level, Revealing Light. So this is just new. Used to be Improved Flare. As a bonus action, you can present your holy symbol and cast See Invisibility without expending a spell slot. When you cast it this way, your allies also gain the benefit of the spell while within 10 feet of you. Until the spell ends, you emit a bright light in a 10-foot radius and dim light for an additional 10 feet. You can end the spell early as a bonus action. Once you use this feature, you can't do so again until you finish a long rest. This one is like, it's cool. It's pretty good. It makes me go, why do we have this? But it's neat. It's fine. If you're up against a lot of invisibility things, you'll see a lot of use of this. Also, I can see that there's like a message, but it just doesn't like. It genuinely is not showing up on my. Is my chat broken? Oh my god. My chat on YouTube was not showing like half the things. Like my chat on my stream, it was just showing like the first half of the comments. I haven't seen anything since the first comment Soul Clicker sent. That's insane. Why? Okay, YouTube streaming is so weird. It's so jank. Let me catch up on this. Is this D&D 6th edition? No, this is technically the playtest for 5th edition's new print. It's basically 5.5. It's basically 5.5. Parker wants me to read that we're in Gen because he thinks you didn't see me. I saw you pop up on Destiny. I didn't know if you were playing Destiny and weren't gonna bother with me reiterating everything that we've all read. Light cleric reading, you chat above his head is basically unseeable too. Yeah, I gotta fix that too. I have a way of fixing that. I'm probably just gonna do a low opacity black box so that you can still see what's behind it, but you can then more easily read chat. Because I can't change the text to black, unfortunately. It's went on white for us. Yeah, I can't fix that now. I'll have to fix that in the future. OBS doesn't have a way of just adding a black box, sadly. It's kind of annoying. I'll join general if you guys are fine with me being in general. Here, I'll join general. I'll join the chat. Hello?
Yo.
Hi. Parker's
Hi.
just doing void build stuff.
Yeah, I was just futzing around to Destiny.
Alright,
But we saw you were streaming and we were like, we like D&D
Yep.
and we have opinions.
I think this is the last feature on the
What have you covered already? Because I don't remember what order things are in.
So it's alphabetical, but I finished
okay.
completed the bard, and I just finished is this the second cleric? Yeah, the light domain.
Bard good.
Well,
Bard good.
okay, I'll say by reading through the subclasses,
Mhm.
kind of unfortunate what they did to the glamour bard.
Oh, I didn't read the Bard subclasses. What happened?
Okay, so just going through it, obviously
Yeah,
we
you
talked
can
about
you can give us the speed version
Yeah.
since you've already done it all.
Obviously, we talked about the dance bard and just said like it's neat, and
It's
I'd
a
play it.
melee Bard.
That's
Sure.
about it.
I haven't
Yeah.
done any of it.
Yeah.
It's literally just imagine adding like monk features to the bard. You can punch, you get
And
unarmed
you got a lot of
defense,
defensive stuff.
and you can use bardic inspiration to run around. That's about it.
Hard monk.
That's literally it.
And if you thought adding the weakest class to your class would make it slightly worse, you would be correct.
There's a few specific things I want to point out just by reading through all of this and going into the details here. The first is obviously the main bard is ripped. It's super good. But the College of Glamour, I think they didn't even mention this. First off, Beguiling Magic is kind of just a little bit. Also, what is this? Oh my god, my music changed. I was just randomly changed. What was that? I'm sorry. That came out of nowhere on
Your
my
stream's
end.
falling apart.
No, I had this like hour-long playlist of D&D like city music, and then it just changed to like fight to the finish from fucking Pokemon Mystery Dungeon. I'm like,
Oh,
what just
Jesus
happened?
Christ.
That threw me for a loop.
A little bit of a tone change.
Anyway, I'm sorry. Original Beguiling Magic, as part of the Glamour Bard, was basically you did a minute-long performance, and then people were enthralled for an hour. You can tell them to do things. They automatically fail charm saving throws. And they don't even know that you charmed them, which is the best part of it. Now,
Typical Siren Song stuff.
it was really cool. Like, kind of niche, obviously. If you have a minute to cast it, it's not combat-wise.
But in the right campaign, it's really, really good.
Right, and honestly, it's not that difficult to find a situation and be like, hey, I just want to play like a nice tune on my ukulele for a minute. A minute's a pretty short amount of time when you're not in combat. Point is, it was really cool, and they just took it out to say, hey, now when you cast an illusion or enchantment spell, you can charm or frighten one random schmuck, and they get to keep making the save until they succeed. That's it. So it's like, that's it. You can do it again with the bardic
like a pretty
inspiration
hefty
use.
nerf.
But like, yeah, I liked the previous feature. It was a nice non-combat feature that made sense.
I don't understand the nerf because it's not like charm stuff has ever been particularly strong anyways.
It's been really weak if you ever have a DM that's just like, yes, the guard does inform his friends that someone snuck into the city with a charm spell.
Or just if you're a moderately combat-oriented campaign, charm
Yeah.
has really no place in combat.
The other few things, I might try and remember here. Mantle of Inspiration was exactly the same. Mantle of Majesty, I believe. This one's the same. Bonus action cast command. Hold on, let me read what it says. It said it here on the design notes. Right, they just said that now you have the command spell for free, which you didn't get the command spell, even though you had a feature that said you can use the command spell. So they just added that to the spell list.
Yeah, that sounds like housekeeping.
It was just housekeeping. But the main other one, so the one that I was like, I don't know about this, was Unbreakable Majesty. So originally, because I know no one knows this feature since we never got there, you basically transform yourself for 1 minute, and until that ends, anytime a creature hits you, or tries to hit you, they have disadvantage. And if they fail the saving throw, they just can't hit you. They also have disadvantage even if they succeed on spell saves against you, so it's like, you're just really good at being this big golden light, unless someone throws a fireball at you. And if that happens, then I'm sorry.
Then you just go, ah!
Now, it only works on the first attack you do, or that the enemy does, per turn. Succeed or fail, they can just keep hitting you.
Okay.
And it doesn't do any of the other stuff.
In their endeavor to make everything combat-oriented, they make a lot of things pretty lame, don't they?
Yeah, like you still have the charisma saving throw against your spell save DC.
At what
thing
point? At what
attack,
point is
like,
D&D gonna drift to being a war game?
I don't know. It's just, this was weird, and I don't like the change to the Glamour Bard.
Because I feel like the Glamour Bard's place is they want to be in an RP-heavy scenario.
Right.
Like that is where they are the best.
And it really wasn't bad at that. It was
It was
versatile
really,
in
really
what
good
it
at
did.
it.
The other thing, which this is very, very minor, but kind of funny when you look at it. So the College of Lore, they made it good again. Magical Discoveries is actually really good. Since it was improved magical secrets, now it just says you can do the earlier stuff with Arcane Divine.
I do remember saying that because I was curious how they fixed it, because
The-
Lore Bard in the first rendition of the UA was awful.
The even better thing
Yeah.
is that you can also now change what you choose when you level up with that feature.
That's good. That's
So
pretty
it
darn
allows
good.
you to just like swap around. But the
They
funny
have
thing,
their own. That's like their own little Mystic Arcanum.
the funny thing is they took out, just like they've done in a few other things, they've taken out a sentence from cutting words, but it makes it better in a way that doesn't make sense.
Okay.
So cutting words originally is like you say something when someone does a attack roll or an ability check, and you sort of impose a negative thing using your bard against
Right.
breaking,
It's a debuffer of some kind.
They took out the bit at the end that creatures that are immune to charm and creatures that are deaf, as like they can't hear you, are immune to it. Meaning you can use cutting words on something that can't hear you.
That's funny.
Yeah, it's
You just do like the L loser motion, and they see you do it.
yeah, they like you just tapped on the shoulder and you just start sign languaging "you're a bitch," and you're like, oh,
And they're offended.
yeah.
And they're genuinely offended by it.
It's just such a weird change. It's like, sure, I'll take it, but why? That's about it. That was it for the Lore Bard. Valor Bard is that one was pretty simple. It's just better.
Yeah, it's just better. I like Valor Bard, so I'm happy about that. I think Valor Bard's neat.
I didn't even realize that a Valor Bard had to choose between a shield and a sword, basically, if they wanted to
Yeah.
still do magic or bardic inspiration. And then the main thing from the cleric that I've gone through, I dislike the changes to the Channel Divinity Divine Order, or not Divine Order, just the Channel Divinity Divine Spark. That was it. Because it kind of it reduces its effectiveness to the point that you ask yourself, why aren't I just using a healing spell?
Yeah.
Because it's the Channel Divinities are, they nerfed how many Channel Divinities you get as well from the previous UA.
By a little bit, but yeah.
Right, but before it was proficiency bonus. Now it's less. In fact, it's 2 less at high levels, 1 less at medium levels, and
Yeah.
it's
Their
just,
main, and also they don't give a reason for giving it less. They only give a reason for why they got away from proficiency bonus because they were like, we wanted to prevent people from taking like 1 level dip and then having maximum chill and divinity charges. And I'm like, okay, I get that. I guess.
Yeah. It's just, but then I don't know, why did they just not scale it with level?
Yeah.
Anyways, I just like how they made that. At the very least, Turn Undead is better. That one works. It's just Divine Spark. No, kind of shit. Smite Undead, they just, housekeeping. Blessed Strikes is good. Commune was like, yay, it's a new 9th level feature, but is it really?
But is it though?
It's just, I get the Commune spell for free! Alright! Cool! Sure. I'm pretty sure D&D is more like combat than Call of Cthulhu is really RP, and same with Vampire Masquerade, but
at this point, most systems are far more RP heavy than D&D, and that's because D&D is now like the more we see these UAs, the more we're seeing like it's like 95% combat oriented at this point.
Yeah. Which is funny because I see a lot of campaigns that are less combat oriented and more RP oriented these days. Even my IRL one is more RP focused.
Oh, yeah.
Anyways, improved Blessed Strikes. It's pretty neat. They made cantrip blasting as a cleric. You can just give people temp HP on an action.
Yeah. Sure.
And honestly, despite I get like a vibe deep in my gut that some Reddit people are really whining about how they changed Divine Intervention. I like it. I really like the changes to Divine Intervention.
Oh, I think it's better because it doesn't leave so much to interpretation.
The first, here's the first thing, and I realized it when they said it in the video they did. Divine Intervention, you don't have to have diamonds anymore.
Yeah.
You can just 5th level, raise dead instantly. They're up. And then Greater Divine Intervention, it's just, alright, now I have the Wish spell, but I also have none of the drawbacks of Wish, so it's basically Divine Intervention.
Well, it gives you a feature that you actually can use, and it's not just a, well, hope this works.
Right, so now it's just, you still get the original one, just only at level 20 now. And now your level 10 feature is something you can use that's not just for fluff in case you really want to roll the die and hope and pray.
Yeah.
But overall, yeah, other than the change to Channel of Vanity, which I didn't like, overall the Cleric was cool. I think, let me go down to it. The Life Domain was fine. I found those changes... Yeah, I think the changes were fine overall. And I found the spell changes to the Light Domain weird.
Which ones?
Specific...
A lot of like the divination stuff, basically.
Well, it's like Moonbeam?
Yeah.
See invisibility? When they get a feature that lets them see invisibility.
Yeah.
I get Arcane Eye. I got that one made sense.
See, I didn't think Arcane Eye made... Like, I understand that they're trying to go for a whole, it's the revealing light. And I'm like, I think Light Domain's identity was a lot better when it was like, the righteous light of fire. And it's like, this is the blaster cleric.
Well,
this is the one that is going to burn the heretics.
They still have Flame Strike, Wall of Fire, Fireball, and Burning Hands. They just took out Scorching Ray, which I wish they kept instead of Moonbeam. That didn't make any sense.
I hate Moonbeam. Like, I know statistically speaking, it's a good spell. I hate it. I hate using it. It feels awful to use.
And then that's. I'm pretty sure that's where I ended. I liked Revealing Light. That was cool. It's kind of neat.
Yeah. Keep it trucking. I just wanted to know where we were.
So I've heard a lot of people really like the Trickery Domain. I have not read it.
I've read it. I like it. I would play one. I think it's neat.
I have no idea what's in this. I've just seen people like it. I haven't seen anything. So, OG Trickery Domain. I'm just gonna read into all of this because I've actually never really read the Trickery other than I know what it does from watching Jester play it in Critical Role.
Mm-hmm.
So, Originally, you have spells. Charm Person, Disguise Self, still the same. Mirror Image and Pass Without Trace has been changed to Invisibility and Pass Without Trace. Which I guess is nice. I think Invisibility was originally not on the Cleric spell list.
Yeah, it had an ability that made it pseudo use invisibility. It is a trickery domain, but it was awful.
Yeah. You got originally Blink and Dispel Magic, which has been replaced by Hypnotic Pattern and Non-Detection.
Hypnotic Pattern's always really strong.
But I don't know about Non-Detection.
I don't even remember really what non-detection does.
It makes it so you cannot be detected by divination spells.
So, not amazing.
Yeah. If I were to choose, I would have still maybe given them Blink. Blink is kind of fun. Anyways, then there was originally Dimension Door and Polymorph, which got changed for Confusion in Dimension Door. Confusion makes sense. I get that.
Yeah.
And finally, there was originally Dominate Person and Modify Memory is Hold Person and Mislead. Or, sorry, Hold Monster and Mislead.
Which is like...
Mislead, yeah. I love that spell.
That literally lets you do the Loki thing of...
I say this all the time. I wish I got a chance to use Mislead as Ava. I never got an opportunity because we were like at a point when I never needed to. When I finally got the spell.
Yeah.
But that's a great one. That's such a good one. That sounds it's very interesting. Trickery Domain is if you want to like basically pray to Loki and fuck with people.
Yeah. Do you want to be Tom Hiddleston? Here you go.
Just be chaotic.
That'd be
Tom Hiddleston?
Yeah.
Trickery Domain Cleric's pretty cool now.
Yeah, going over everything. Just went through the spells.
Yeah.
So originally, Blessing of the Trickster. You use an action, touch someone other than yourself, and you give them advantage on dex saves. It lasts for 1 hour. Now you can choose yourself. It was kind of weird that they couldn't.
Yeah, no, it was literally the thing that stopped you from being like the whole idea of the trickery domain cleric is you're the rogue cleric, like that's kind of the ability flavor, and then you couldn't make yourself good at stealth before.
Yeah, so now you can.
Now you can.
Here's Invoke Duplicity. I've heard this said so many times. Originally, spend an action, makes a perfect illusion of yourself for 1 minute. It is a concentration though. Spears within a space within 30 feet of you. Bonus action to move it. You can move. It has to be within 120 feet of you, and you can cast spells through it. But it's you still use your own senses, so you don't get to warg into it or anything. Additionally, when both you and an illusion are within 5 feet of a creature that can see the illusion, you have advantage on attack rolls against the creature. So it did benefit from being in melee range and hit some stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Now, it is a bonus action to spend this and teleport up to 30 feet to an unoccupied space you can see. And you create a perfect visual illusion of yourself in the space you left. It lasts for 1 minute, but it ends early if you're incapacitated, conditioned, or dismissed as bonus action. While it is there, you gain the following benefits. You can cast spells as though you were in the illusion's place, but you must use your own senses. You can, when both you and the illusion are within 5 feet of a creature that can see the illusion, advantage again, and you still use your bonus action. So basically, I can see why it's better. It's just now way easier and doesn't clog up your action economy.
It is wildly more usable.
That's pretty good. I did lie one thing. I did see a later thing that gets a benefit to this that also makes it cool. But we'll get to that later. 6th level. Originally, it says Channel Divinity, Cloak of Shadows. As an action, you become invisible until the end of your next turn. You become visible if you attack or cast spells. That's it.
Mm-hmm.
Now, 6th level feature is Trickster's Magic. If you cast a spell of the Illusion School using a spell slot, you can change the spell's casting time to a bonus action, provided this spell's casting time is an action. You can do this number of times equal to your Wisdom modifier.
Take a quicken spell for illusion spells.
It hurts I'm happy for you. I'm happy for you. Pain.
How's that sorcerer in you feeling right now?
Man, it's the darn shame it was too overpowered to fucking twin spell. It's just that, man, it's too overpowered to be a sorcerer. They were too
It's
much.
Kai, you're just too strong. You gotta let it go.
Sorcerers are just so much. Anyways, again, no 8th level feature. They've moved that to the cleric. Class. 17th level, improved duplicity. Originally, you can create up to 4 duplicates of yourself instead of 1 when you use this feature. And as a bonus action on your turn, you can move any number of them up to 30 feet. So it made you be more chaotic. Now, when you create it, you can teleport up to 120 feet instead of the 30 feet, and you can move it up to 60 feet rather than 30 feet. And when you or your allies make attack rolls against a creature within 5 feet of the illusion, the attack rolls have advantage. Finally, when it ends, or when the illusion ends, you or a creature of your choice within 5 feet of it regain hit points equal to your cleric level. That's a lot better too. I mean, having 4 illusions was cool.
Here's the thing: the illusions just weren't that good before, so having 4 of them didn't really do anything for you.
Because now you can really have them go all over the place, and everyone benefits. Everyone benefits from being next to the illusions. Now you don't have to be in melee, but you still can.
Yeah.
And then you can heal if someone just destroys the illusion. So it's like it's just really good now. Yeah, that's cool. That subclass is all better. Hurts the sorcerer
Would you
inside
give it a
me.
play?
I'd give it a play. I don't know what I
Would
do.
play out of 10.
Actually, I know exactly what I do. But it's whatever. We'll move on. War Domain. I think no one played this.
No, it was god awful. It is so. The 5v1 is so bad.
Let's go over them in tandem, because I think that they changed literally everything about the War Domain cleric.
Thank God.
So, originally, starting with spells, they got Divine Favor and Shield of Faith, which they still get. Divine Favor, Shield of Faith, 3rd level. Why is Shield of Faith? Whatever. They then got Magic Weapon and Spiritual Weapon, which they still get. It's kind of shit. There's so much concentration, especially considering Spiritual Weapon is also concentration now. Soul Clicker, I will have to let you know, it has already been confirmed by Sophie, and I let everyone else know that PMD is no longer going to be a stream thing. It is not a thing. I have my own campaign for Pokemon, but that one Sophie's doing is no longer happening. And I'm going to be doing mine later, sometime in the future. Maybe next year, maybe this year. Anyways, back to this. I'm just double checking. No, all of the spells are the same, except at 9th level, Flame Strike has been changed for Destructive Wave.
That's not bad. I mean, they're both good spells, so sure, I guess. I guess it makes more sense because Destructive Wave is a lot easier to if you're a melee character.
I'm gonna say, this still sucks. Because 90% of these are concentration spells.
Oh, it's that, and you're supposed to be a melee character, so you're gonna take damage.
This is still not great.
The spell list is garbage. If Spiritual Weapon still worked the way it used to, it would be one of the best spell lists.
Yeah,
Because you could spiritual weapon, throw Spirit Guardians, and you're good to go. Well, that's not a thing anymore, is it?
War Priest. Here we go. Oh yeah. By the way, bonus proficiencies. It says it here. Those got obviously moved to the main cleric class, so you don't have to worry about that.
Yeah. Yeah. By the way, just a note on that, they made the Holy Order thing so much more lame in this update.
Oh, it's because you're either choosing between a martial or a spellcaster, and don't.
Yeah,
the skill
like
thing is
the
its own.
Yeah, the one before where you had 3 choices and as you leveled up, you got to choose 2 out of 3 of them was so cool.
Yeah, I like that one better because you can play you can get the skill proficiencies on your melee character if you really didn't care for the spells.
Mm-hmm.
Or maybe you can go all in on damage and somehow do cantrips and armor if you really wanted to and be like this War Priest.
You really just had to choose one that didn't really fit your character and ignore that one as you leveled up. But in this one, it's just like, well, you choose one and that's it.
Yeah.
And they've made one of them kind of lame.
Anywho, War Priest.
Yeah. Anyways.
When you use the attack action, you can make one weapon attack as a bonus action.
Wow.
A number of times equal to your wisdom modifier.
Wow, you get extra attack, but it has charges and uses your bonus action.
Hey, remember that thing originally where everyone just wanted to use spiritual weapon anyway? So this featured blue big shit.
Wait.
Big shit.
God, we can't read all of the thing on your PDF.
I'm not on guided strike yet.
No, I know. I'm saying it's only streaming half of the PDF. On
Right.
The thing.
He scrolls left and right depending on which one he's reading.
Yeah.
At the time.
I'm just reading this one right now. Anyways, now, you can use a mastery property with simple and martial weapons, so that's nice.
Mm-hmm.
You're really.
Keep reading.
Whenever you finish a long rest, you can change the kind of weapon you choose level. In addition, you can make one weapon attack as a bonus action. You can use the bonus action middle times equal to the wisdom modifier. So they kept the shit part, but they gave you a slightly. They put a little cherry on it. There you go.
They kept the shit part.
There you go. You get weapon
Like-
masteries.
I understand that paladins exist, so they don't want to give any cleric extra attack, but if there's any cleric that should have extra attack, it's the war priest.
So you're saying is they have weapon masteries. That's it. That's all they got. Anyways, they also got a different third level feature, Guided Strike, which is their channel divinity. Originally, that was when you make an attack, use your channel divinity, and you get a +10 to the roll. You can make this after you see the roll before the DM says if it hits or misses. Now use your reaction. Why do you use your reaction? You can use your reaction to expend one use and get the exact same thing.
Because now you can do it when they do it, I guess. I don't know.
Well,
Now it
here's the
can-
thing.
now-
No, when originally it just says when you make an attack roll as well.
Uh-huh.
So this you could always have used this. So okay, so the weird thing with this phrasing is before you could use this channel divinity when you make an opportunity attack. Now you can't.
Yeah.
Man, this is not looking good.
No, it's not.
They've
They
made it worse in every.
They somehow made it worse.
In
I'm being
every-
entirely honest.
At every point, they've made this worse. What's the point?
At
Okay.
every point they could have failed. So far they have.
Wait, did I hear something that right? Extra attacks that are charged, and something about it's. Well,
not good.
War God's Blessing. Here we go. At 6th level, when a creature within 30 feet of you is the original one, makes an attack roll, use reaction, and grant +10 to the roll, so you can like point to someone now, and it's an improved version of it. You know, you make this channel divinity on anyone. You can make the choice after you see the roll, yada yada. Whenever you cast Shield of Faith on another, specifically Shield of Faith,
Specifically,
it also
Shield of
affects you.
Faith.
In addition, you can cast a spell once without spending a spell slot and regain the ability to do so when you finish a short. That's it! This is so shit. This is so shit!
It's really, really bad.
Hey guys, we just got the Pixel status update.
I did,
Oh, did we get pixel
we
dice
did.
status?
It's mostly a dev kit thing, I think, if I remember correctly.
The dev kit backers actually got all but 25 who haven't responded to an email have been sent their D20.
So there's hope that after 5 years, 4 years.
It's like 3, but
Yep.
yeah. It still says estimated delivery for the dice sets is Q4 of this year.
That's
But,
fine,
like-
as long as I get them at all.
Right, but it also says that like there's action required for the dev kit backers who haven't responded. Like, you know, it's just like there's an update, you know? Like it's
Yeah,
moving
it's always-
forward.
it's
Even
always
if it's not
nice.
us, we know that the people above
Yeah,
us are getting it.
By the way, Avatar Battle makes you now resistant to magical bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing.
Shut up.
There you go. That's it.
Shut the hell up.
So they've made the 17th level feature better. That's it. Everything else about this subclass is worse.
Oh wait, hold on. Getting the 17th level thing. Like, nothing at 17th level it does bludgeoning, piercing, or slashing.
Everything's hitting you with like massive fireballs and psychic waves
Hey,
at that point.
isn't
Or
there- what is
or
it,
if it's a
sword
magic,
of-
if there's any sort of magic thing added to bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing, you no longer have resistance because this is only to base bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing damage.
No, it says it doesn't say non-magical. They did give it full bludgeoning, piercing, slashing, but you're still correct in that there's not a lot that does things at that later level like that. Here's the thing. You're also correct because most creatures that hit you at that level, even if they say I hit you with my claws or teeth or whatever, they have some of that. But half of their damage is always like also acid damage or also psychic damage or also fire damage. Like it's bad. It's better than it was before by like a baby step.
And then everything else is worse.
And everything else is just
So,
so
curricular domain, life domain are all good. War domain, somehow they said, no, go away.
somehow they said we can make it worse.
Oh, if you didn't already notice, all of the spellcasters now no longer are restricted to the spell
Yeah,
slots.
I did see that.
Yeah.
I didn't think that was that big a deal, honestly. It didn't feel bad. It felt fine.
Yeah, I was fine with it.
But
Druid.
you know, whatever they want to do, I guess.
There were big changes to the Druid previously.
There were massive changes to the druid
I love
previously.
that you hovered over the druid with your mouse and then continued to scroll down.
Yep.
The mouse moves faster than he reads.
Anyways, Channel Nature is now gone. It has been cut in favor of restoring wild shape at 2nd level. Druidic.
By the way, just a comment, because I know you've also skimmed through this already as well. Have you noticed they backtrack on a lot of decisions that they made before in this UA?
A lot.
Like a lot of decisions.
A lot. They,
It's
in the
bizarre.
video, if I remember correctly, they chalked it up to finding out they didn't have as much development time, but, like... it's such a weird...
What do you mean?
Wait, didn't have enough development time. This was supposed to be a whole new book.
Isn't this book slated for like 2025?
2024.
2024?
Okay, 2024.
You're still
But
writing
also-
a book!
What other fucking shit are you doing? Like, D&D has always been its own thing. Like, there's people who develop for Magic the Gathering, and there's people who develop for D&D.
Yeah, I
What
want
other
to know.
shit did you lose time on?
Yeah, like I want to know what they mean they don't have enough development time because
Well, I think
I'll be
they're
honest,
just-
the player's handbook is not that big.
Well, I think they were slighting the fucking thing that happened way back at the beginning of the year.
Oh, fuck off.
Also, as people have pointed out, they asked, well, then why the hell did you put the monk at the end?
Yeah.
Anyways,
So it's, yeah. Are they really just slighting the fact that the OGL
That people didn't want to be ripped off.
The people didn't want to get ripped off for considering the person who created the fucking game said no, everyone should be able to use this and make money off of it.
basically, that's the only delay they had.
These guys are
Fucking Hasbro.
numpties.
Fucking it's not even Wizards. It's not even WotC. It's fucking Hasbro.
Numpties is what they are.
Any who's it's Channel Nature. I'm trying to read
Kyle's like,
this.
shut the fuck up, guys, so
I
I can
wanna
read.
read
There's 70 pages of this.
I wanted to play the Pikmin 4 demo. I'm not gonna lie, guys.
Well, here we go. This is a 70-page document.
Channel Nature got cut. I believe that was the thing that let you have a familiar and also let you heal. That's gone.
They basically turned Wild Shape into Channel Divinity equivalent stuff because you could use Channel Nature to do Wild Shape, to get a companion, do this other stuff. It was genuinely really cool.
And now it's gone.
Yeah.
One good thing is they just slapped Speak with Animals into Druidics. Now you just always have that. Primal
Okay.
Order is the exact same as Divine Order conceptually, but for the Druid. Which actually, I did kind of like it because it allows you to use armors better with the Druid.
So yeah, they got rid of the really stupid thing that Druids can't use metal armor.
Yep.
Which is really dumb.
And then while everyone else on the internet's like, yay, wild shape, now it forces you to read through the fucking player handbook.
Yeah, I hate that still.
No,
I still
it's
think that's so. I think they were on the right track. They just didn't hit it yet.
Yep, now we're back to wild shape being
The most obtuse mechanic ever.
someone, your friend says, yes, I would like to play a druid. All right, now here's a book. Read through this whenever combat starts.
The good news is,
Is
and I guess we'll get there.
it's bonus
you-
action.
Well, it's bonus action. That's good news. But the other good news is you essentially make a choice. You like prepare your shapes every day, so you only have 2 or 3 wild shapes that you prepare every day. So you only have to worry about 2 or 3 stat blocks
Yeah,
every
now
time
you're
you
like
use it.
now you're like an artificer and need to do your homework at the start of the day.
Exactly. Which, while it still is very obtuse, is better than it is. Then it's like, hey, I want to use wild shape. Kunk opens the monster manual to look for something.
It also made DMs never want to use a beast because it's like the druid can just
Yeah,
do
it's like-
this.
And it's like, hey, I've seen a velociraptor. I can now turn into that.
Wild Resurgence has moved from 15th level to 5th. I'm going to quickly read what the hell Wild Resurgence did. I don't remember. It was in the... Hold up. It was in the fucking... Here it is. There's Druid. 1st, 5th, 11th, 14th, 13th. Here we go. One use wild shape primal magic radiates from you, allowing you to use Healing Blossom as part of the same use of Channel Nature. So now, since Healing Blossom doesn't exist, they moved it. And as new use, Elemental Fury is a new 7th level feature, allowing them to increase their cantrips and order attacks with wild shape. Commune with nature, I assume it's the exact same as the cleric's commune. Improved elemental
Except
fury.
commune with nature is even more useless than commune.
At least commune let you do it for free. I think
Well, I
normally-
mean, commune with nature, the spell is just really not great.
Oh. Improved elemental fury is new 15th level, improving whatever the druid option chose for elemental fury, and an archdruid is just now you don't have infinite health as a druid. Yeah, you can just basically swap around spell slots for wild shape at least, so it's nice. There's your spell slots. Just making sure I didn't miss anything over here. Spell casting. Oh no, primal, here it is. Magician. You know 1 extra cantrip from the primal spell list. In addition, your mystical connection to nature gives you bonus to intelligence nature checks by adding your wisdom to it. Neat. Or you can get martial weapon proficiency and medium armor training. I'd rather do that, even if I'm playing a caster, I'm not gonna lie. Like, and I'm just saying, 1 extra cantrip from the druid from the primal spell list is not gonna change my
Well, the primal spell list is kind of butts, if we're
It
all
is.
being honest.
The amount of primal cantrips that you use is low.
You use the raid spray can. That's all you use.
I think people use Thorn Whip, Druid Craft, and the Raid
People-
Spray Can.
Yeah, if we're talking about combat, it's the raid spray can, thorn whip, and is it control fire or something like that?
Produce
It's the
flame.
one that's basically produce flame. It's the one that's firebolt, but way shorter range.
I have seen that Tasha's added Primal Savagery, which honestly, underutilized. That's a pretty cool one.
I used that one time I played druid.
It's pretty neat. But either way, I'd still rather use I'd rather get armor. Just give me the medium armor. Because how many times does a nature check come up? Anyways. Spellcasting, we've already been over it. A Wild Companion. I think this is where you get the free familiar. Yep. Magic action,
Yeah.
spend a spell slot.
This-
familiar.
This one's a little better because it lasts till your long rest, so you can just keep doing it
Yeah,
if
I
you
think
want
before
to.
it only lasted like an hour, right?
It lasts like 8 hours, I think.
Yeah, it was really.
It really strange and it's really strange amount of time.
Yeah, it was weird. Anywho, Wild Shape, as we already said, bonus action, and it's back to being how it is.
Well, with a few little changes.
Yeah, so you transform into a known beast, you stand form for a number. Here, because Wild Shape is a whole, as you can see on the right here, it's a whole thing.
Yeah.
Ugh.
Yeah, let's just say what changed, right? Let's just say what changed.
I'm pretty sure
what's changed from the standard 5e1.
what's changed is you can always turn into a swimming creature. Originally, you had that limitation. You couldn't do that before.
Yeah.
You can also now speak as the animal you turn into. That's new. You couldn't speak before.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, you still have to wait to be a flying creature until 8th level. That's exactly the same. I think
It also lasts longer if I remember right. I think it's half your doesn't it last like half your level.
Number of uses, last there's so many fucking rules. This is such a long feature. I'm trying to find it somewhere on here. Number of hours equal to half your druid level, rounded down.
Yeah, so before it was just an hour. Like that was it. So this is nothing but a buff. So that part's nice.
Yeah, like this is just an overall buff. I just really like the new wild shape where it's just like, here's the statistic, do what you want, and it can upgrade. And I just wish they like made it more versatile, kind of like weapon masteries, but on a druid. But
Just made it worth it, yeah.
Yeah, just give you like options and ways to like mix and match and customize the animal. Now it's like back to open up the old monster manual in the middle of the session, in the middle of combat.
The two biggest things I see at this one is that one, you have to prepare your forms now. Every long rest you can change which forms you're prepared, and you can prepare like either 3, 4, or 5. It never goes above 5 different forms. And you no longer have extra health just for being in animal shape. You maintain your own HP. So it's not an uber tank method anymore. Unless you're the Moon Druid, but we'll get to that.
Yeah. Otherwise, Wild Resurgence, which is again a thing to change. If you have no use of the wild shape left, you can give yourself 1 use by expending a spell slot. Do so only once per turn. And you can also expend 1 use of wild shape to give yourself a 1st level spell slot back. So you can kind of swap them around, although at some point you're going to stop doing it for 1st level, because who does that?
Yeah, you get a soft version of the meta magic exchange.
Yeah, everyone's a sorcerer.
Dude, they're just gonna rip the poster apart until it doesn't exist anymore.
Again, I want these features on other classes. Why the fuck are they doing nothing to the sorcerer? What's the point?
They're giving out the sorcerer's abilities and then not giving the sorcerer anything new.
Like, what's the point in playing it? Why does this class exist if everyone can do it now?
Oh goodness! All right, let's continue. We got a lot of shit to do.
Elemental Fury.
Neat.
You can add your Wisdom modifier to the damage you deal with any primal cantrip, and I think it's one of the following, yeah. Or you can do Primal Strike, which means when you hit a creature with an attack roll using a weapon or you're a beast, you can deal an extra 1d8 of one of these 4 damage types. Surprisingly, not acid. I don't know why.
This is really just the cleric stuff, but flavored for a druid.
Yep. Communion with Nature means you get the Communion with Nature spell. Wow.
Bad. Anyways. Improved Elemental Fury.
All the way down here. Yeah, now you can use your Primal Cantrip with a range of 10 feet or greater. The spell's range increases by 300.
Yep. That raid can snipe, man.
That was the sorcerer thing too, but fuck. Distant spell, well,
Yeah, no, see, this isn't the sorcerer one because you sorcerer has to use a resource. Druids
right.
can just do this.
And then extra damage. Beast spells. This lets you cast a spell while you're a beast. Except for a spell that has a material component. I think that was the same.
Well, that has a consumed material component.
Yeah. With a cost specified or consumes. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And then, yeah, here's the new 20th level Archdruid.
Which used to be the strongest single feature in the entire game.
Yeah, again, previously it just said you can always wild shape as many times as you want, which means you always had temporary hit points. There's no reason not to.
There's no reason not to. There was no. As soon as you hit 20th level druid, your human form no longer exists.
You just say,
that doesn't
goodbye,
matter
friends.
Anymore.
I'm a bear now.
Yeah. I have become one with nature.
Now, whenever you roll initiative and have no use of wild shape, you gain 1 use. You also can convert use of wild shape into spell slots. You choose a number of wild shapes and convert them into spell slot. You can use, with each use, convert you 2 spell levels, so 2 wild shapes, 4th level.
Yeah.
And then you age slower. So overall, shit.
Yeah. Also, Soul Click. Honestly, from what I've seen, most of these new changes seem bad. It's a mixed bag. We were just hitting a few ones we're not a fan of at the moment. There's some we do like.
Again, Bard, Bard class, fantastic.
And there is a Druid subclass that I think is really, really good, and we'll get to it.
Yeah, and I already said the Lore Bard subclass was good. Declare class was good, other than like a small few changes I didn't like. But
the cleric class wasn't really bad. It's just that they were doing cool things before, and now they're taking it back. And we're like, why? Don't take it back. It was good.
And use its Circle of the Land.
Oh, Soul Click's also a sorcerer main.
Oh, welcome. Welcome to the club. Everyone else gets to have fun, other than sorcerers and monks.
We're the salty Splatoon over here.
I'm trying to scroll down. Did I pass land? Crazy. Spores, dreams. What the hell's... What? Weird. Yeah, it just wasn't organized alphabetically. I was like...
Yeah.
Anywho, because as far as I'm aware, L does not come after S.
So, for anyone who's wondering, because I know absolutely 6 people in the world have looked at Circle of the Land Druid. It's supposed to fill the niche. In the original Player's Handbook, there was Moon Druid and Flame Druid. Moon Druid was the wild shape druid. Land Druid is supposed to be the mage druid. It's supposed to be you lean more into the nature magic mage. It was bad. It was very bad. It did nothing.
So, how it goes is you can... I'll just go look here. Damage confused with your ability, cast your spells. At 3rd, 5th, 7th, 9th, you gain spells depending on where your connection to land is. Choose that land and consult the associated spell list. Once you gain access to a circle, you always prepared. You
you got a domain spell list based on what land you chose. But you couldn't. The key thing is you could never change what land you chose. You chose at the beginning of the game and never changed it.
Now, whenever you finish a long rest, you choose one type of land below, and you consult it, and you always have that spell list prepared. So you can swap them whenever you want on a long
Which
rest.
is an insanely good improvement.
So, just to go through, boy, this is annoying me because they've renamed.
Yeah.
Arctic to Polar, first off. Arctic had Hold Person and Spike Growth. Now it's Fog Cloud and Hold Person. And also Ray Frost.
Honestly, they've changed so much that we even compare them. Let's just see how good the spell lists are on the left, because that's probably
haven't. They kept all the one spell the same. They just added a new one and added a cantrip.
Oh, okay.
So like I said, Hold Person, Sleet Storm, Ice Storm. Actually, sorry, they remove spells. Before they had 2, as you can see here. Now it has 1.
It makes sense considering you can change between them every day.
Yeah. So does any of them change? Desert
gets Fireball.
Blur.
Desert has Fireball now.
They had Silence before. That was weird. That's weird.
Can we just see that by the way, can we all acknowledge the fact that the Land Druid got Fireball before the Wildfire Druid did?
Alright. Yeah, Fireball instead of these 2 the pieces of shit of create food and water and protection from energy.
I guess it was how you survive. I guess that one was about surviving in the desert, and this one's no, I am the desert.
I'm not gonna lie, hallucinatory terrain was kind of funny to put on Desert Druid though.
That's fun. That is funny.
I'm sad that I like Blight. Yeah, it's good, but it would have been nice to have that. And then Wall of Stone stayed. They didn't Insect Blade.
Sure, I guess.
Then you have Polar. No, sorry, Temperate is.
Is that forest or grassland? This is what I mean, man. I think they're just different at this point.
It's mountain. It's mountain. There's lightning bolt. I see it.
Just because it shares lightning bolt doesn't mean it's the same thing.
There's like 10 fucking locations. There's so many.
I think they're just different now. I don't think they're the same lists.
I think you're right. Temperate might just be like they just slapped a bunch of them in.
Listen, there's 10 here. There's 4 on the UA.
Oh my god. The other two lined up though. That's why I was like trying to find one.
Yeah, okay. Here, I'll just give it to you this way. Skim through the ones from before, like the 5e ones. See how most of them have one good spell in them. And then we look at the ones here. I'm pretty sure almost every spell I see here is good in some capacity.
Right. I'm just trying to compare it for.
I know. It was just really funny seeing your brain break because the math doesn't. 4 does not equal 10.
No, it wasn't 4. Anyways, Misty Step, Shocking Grass, Fleet, Lightning Bolt, Freedom Movement, Tree Stride. That's pretty neat. Pretty neat.
It's pretty cute.
I think it was actually the forest now that I'm looking at it.
Oh my God, dude.
And tropical is Acid Splash, Ray of Sickness, Web, Stinking Cloud. I thought it was always Stink Cloud. Stinking Cloud, Polymorph, Insect Plague.
I'll be honest, all 4 of these lists are good. Like all of them make a compelling reason to choose them at the beginning of each day.
So let's get on to the actual class features.
I love it when there's meltdowns when we do this.
I think Land's Aid replace. Let me just double check this. Why not? Oh, it's just new. Okay, which lets the druid expend use of wild shape. What is natural recovery? Is that? Oh, it just got moved to 6th level. Okay. So Land's Aid. So as a magic action, you can expend a wild shape and choose a point within 60 feet of yourself. Each creature of your choice in a 10-foot radius sphere centered on that point makes a con save, taking 2d6 necrotic on a failed or half as much on a success. One creature of your choice in that area. This is just Wither and Bloom.
It is Wither and Bloom.
Okay.
They have Wither and Bloom as a class feature.
All right.
Wither and Bloom's a good spell, so why not?
Wither and Bloom is a stupid spell.
Natural recovery.
The
So
fact that wizards can get it.
wizards can't get it. It's pretty good.
Oh, let's also point out that this Wither and Bloom scales with your level pretty well, honestly.
Yep. 3d6, 46.
In this one, is it one or the other, or can you do both? At the same
It's
time?
both at the same time. It's real good. Landruin's pretty good now.
So original natural recovery. During a short rest, you choose expended spell slots to recover. They can have a combined level that is equal to or less than half your druid level. So wait, this is just. And none of the slots can be of 6th level or higher. You can't use this
Arcane
feature.
recovery.
Yeah, I was going to say, this is Arcane Recovery, but a little bit better.
It sure is.
You can't use this feature again until you finish a long rest.
That's the old one, right?
Yeah, it's the old one. Now, you can cast one... So wait. You can cast one of the spells of first level... The spells of first level or higher that you have prepared from your circle spells feature without expending a spell slot, and you must finish a long rest before doing so. In addition, when you finish a short rest, you can choose expended spell slots to recover.
I think it has the same arcane recovery rules.
Oh, but none of them can be 6th level or higher. That is a new...
Isn't
No,
that the same?
That was on.
Yeah. Yeah, so they just added to it that you get a free cast of one of your land spells.
That's nice.
That's good. Considering that there's some pretty beefy spells on there, that's a free fireball. A free fireball a day can pull a lot of weight.
Snake is just going to open his mouth and cast Fireball.
I don't see the problem here.
I mean, it can't, because you can't cast spells as a snake, but
At level 18, it can.
at level 18 you can.
Yeah.
You
No,
just-
but even better, Squirrel casts Lightning Bolt.
What happened
So
to
you're just
Land
Pikachu.
Stride?
Did it just get deleted? Oh, it just got deleted.
Yeah, it says right here. Natural recovery replaced Land Stride.
Yeah. Last Stride was bad.
Nature's Ward. So,
A fireball a day keeps more than the doctor's
so
away.
originally, all Nature's Ward did says you can't be charmed or frightened by elementals or fae, and you're immune to poison and disease.
Man.
That was it.
In this UA, they did kind of start getting rid of the whole disease nomenclature because they probably realized that doesn't get used in anything.
That was a problem they started when they made nothing cause disease.
Yeah, they didn't bring up disease in literally any piece of the monster manual.
It's like, when is the DM gonna make someone diseased? Ever. And then half the time, just having a paladin around means you aren't.
Yeah, I'm gonna just start rolling dice, and Ram, I'm gonna look at you, kind of say, "Hey, by the way, you got dysentery this morning."
Oh god. I have tetanus. Anyways, the new Nature's Ward. You are immune to the poison condition. That's actually good. And you have resistance to a damage type associated with your current land choice. Fire for air, the stuff that makes sense. Temperate is
They're
light.
all good resistances to have.
Yeah, there you go. Just get a free resistance and you can swap it out on a long rest.
Mm-hmm.
And then Nature Sanctuary. So, originally, when a beast or plant creature attacks you, that creature must make a wisdom saving throw against your spell save DC. On fail, the creature must choose a different target or the attack automatically misses. On a success, it's immune to the effect for 24 hours. The creature is aware of this effect before it makes the attack. Okay.
How do you, as a DM, how would you RP that?
The plant looks at you and it's like, not you. You. It's like, just imagine ants like, ugh, this guy smells.
Do you see what I mean by land was really bad before?
Yeah, let's see what they did to change it. As a magic action, you expend a use of your wild shape and cause spectral trees and vines to appear in a 15-foot cube on the ground within 120 feet of you. It lasts for 1 minute, or until you have incapacitated. You and your allies have half cover while in that area, only you and your allies. And your allies gain the current damage resistance of your Nature's Ward while there. And as a bonus action, you can move the cube up to 60... The forest moves!
This is really good. This is really strong.
The trees move! They're moving!
The trees are... They also, did you notice they fixed that thing? They love to do this with a lot of this kind of stuff. They're like, you take control of the plants around you. This time, you just make them. You just create them.
You can give someone flashbacks.
Yes. And that's the whole land druid. If you want to talk about the biggest glow up in this document, the land druid is probably it.
Oh yeah, this is so good.
This
It's
is like,
this
would
one
you play...
and then the trickery.
I know that druid is one of those that you said you have never really considered
I never
because
cared.
you don't like it.
The only one
Does
I
the
ever
land
cared about
druid
was
make a compelling
Wildfire.
argument?
It kind of does. At the end of the day, here's... Let's say at the end of the day, the spell list kind of holds it back.
Its spell list is kind of butts.
Like, just a
the
primal
land druid,
spell list, yeah.
Yeah, the primal spell list is kind of terrible. And the land druid does a long way to fix that because it gives you really good spells for those land spells.
Being able to cast Fireball, Light, Ice Storm, Sleet Storm, Cone of Cold, Lightning Bolt,
Misty Step.
Polymorph, Insect Cloud. There's a lot on here.
It's really good. And you get damage resistance swapping, and you get Wither and Bloom as a scaling feature.
And you can make your DM remember what half cover does.
You can make you remember what half cover does.
No one remembers.
I would play this land druid in a heartbeat. If I thought to myself, I want to make a character that's like a nature mage, this is really strong.
So, next up is the Circle of the Moon.
The infamous moon druid.
Fun fact, still haven't looked at this Circle of the Moon to this day.
Oh yeah.
It's never. Starts down here. So yeah, your maximum challenge rating for wild shape is increased by 1, which I think is the same.
It's the same.
Yeah, they obviously everyone can bonus action wild shape now, so that's also the same. So really, it's just that.
Mm-hmm.
Also, additionally, when you wild shape, you can use a bonus action to expend 1 spell slot and regain 1d hit points per level 1 spot spended. So you can heal yourself when you wild shape is also a thing that they used to be able to do. Which I don't think it's on here anymore.
No, it's gone. This document, they definitely endeavored to make the druid less tanky. They were not happy with the druid being a tanky class.
Circle Forms, which I think replaces combat wild shape versus circle forms.
Hold on real quick. So click. You have a big enough shield and you'll never let your DM forget what half cover is. And I will not explain. Fair enough.
Yeah. Sorry, wait, so circle forms is... I'm confused. Is combat wild shapes the thing that lets you heal? Is that just gone, or am I crazy? I guess it just got changed into what...
Combat wild shape used to be a thing that let you do wild shape as a bonus action.
Right, and it heals you.
And moon druid. And Moon Druid used to be the only one that able to do as a bonus action, so it's just deleted now
Alright.
because I guess they don't have the healing ability, and now every wild shape just in general is a bonus action.
I'm just making sure that it all stays the same. It's exactly the same for the circle forms and now combat wild shape. This time, when you assume a wild shape, this also you get all of these. Compare the beast AC to your AC, and while before you choose whichever one you want to use, whichever one's higher. You also get temporary hit points. When you assume wild shape, you gain a number of temporary hit points equal to the form's hit points, or 3 times your druid level, whichever's lower.
Yeah.
Alright, choose your form wisely.
It's kind of that thing of like they didn't want to be at like I turn to a squirrel, but I have 100 hit points. Yeah, 100 temporary hit points.
Is that a squirrel? It's got a gun! You could also, while in this form, cast abjuration spells specifically, except for any spell that has a material component with a cost specific, that gets consumed. And you always have Moonbeam prepared, and you can cast that spell in that form. Specifically Moonbeam. They're doing this quite a few times in this, where it's like you will cast.
You really want to use me. Like Moonbeam's good. I just think it's lame.
Well, I'm actually pointing out that they are doing this where they let you, with some of these subclasses, cast one spell, and
because
that's
the War
spell.
Priest did this too,
and the Ranger did this. That is the spell that they want you to use, and you're gonna use it.
Yeah, it's the whole thing of the game developers just say that they know more than you, and you're gonna play the class the way they want you to play the class.
Any Who's-Its, I think that's that. Improved circle forms is the level 6 thing, where it says that you can now do it to your druid level divided by 3, round it down. In addition, each of your attacks in wild shape can deal its normal damage type or radiant. You make this choice each time you hit with those attacks. I think that part's new, actually.
Yeah, that's a neat little resistance overcoming feature.
Specifically before, it said it counted as magical for overcoming resistance and immunity non-magical. Now it's still regular, but
you can make it radiant.
I hope you're up against someone that is not both resistant to radiant.
Just don't fight angels. Just don't do that.
Don't do angels are bad.
That's you make friends with angels.
Pull out Moonbeam.
Pull out Moon. That does radiant damage too.
Oh, fuck. Well, get fucked. Moonlight Step, which used to be Elemental Wild Shape, I think. So before, at 10th level, you can expend 2 uses of Wild Shape at the same time to transform into one of the 4 elementals. Now,
I want to point out, you only ever got 2 Wild Shapes, so that's just all your Wild Shape usages.
All gone. Now, as a bonus action, you teleport up to 30 feet to an unoccupied space you can see. And you have advantage on the next attack roll you make before the end of this turn. You can use this feature number times equal to your wisdom modifier, you get it all back on a long rest, and you can spend a spell slot of 2nd level or higher to get it back.
Sure.
So you can just teleport and hit now. Honestly, not gonna lie, I like the elemental thing better. That was cool.
Yeah, elemental thing was what kind of broke into. Because Earth Elemental has a quite a large amount of hit points, if you can believe it.
Next up is Thousand Forms. Now, at 14th level, you have learned to use magic. You can cast Alter Self at will.
Alter Self is a terrible spell. Anyways.
Now you have Lunar Form. Movable Moonbeam, which I thought it already was. While your Moonbeam is active, you can move it up to 60 feet at the start of your turn. No action required.
That makes Moonbeam really strong.
Whenever you use Moonlight Step, you can also teleport one willing creature. That creature must be within 10 feet of you, and you teleport to an unoccupied space you can see within 10 feet of your destination base.
They made the Moon Druid highly mobile.
Very mobile, and I'll say it again. Played one way.
Played a singular way. You are Moonbeam the Druid.
That's it.
Moonbeam's lamest factor is the fact that it takes an action to move it, not a bonus action.
Now you gotta wait till 14th level to be able to not do that.
Yeah.
Well, next up is Circle of the Sea, which is the other one of 2 new subclasses.
Mm-hmm.
So, I have nothing to compare this to. I'll full screen this. So
Get out of here, 5e.
Yeah, get out of here. Circle of the Sea. First off, you get these spells.
You get circle spells. Did all of them get circle spells, or is this the first one that's gotten circle spells?
Remember, the land got 4.
Well, I
circle
mean, yeah,
spells.
land had it. Well, land had like its own little mechanic. I understand
Circle
that,
of the
but
Moon
like,
did not.
yeah, Moon did not get circle spells. Okay,
But
just an interesting observation.
well, we'll see if the third one has it, and we'll just make fun of the Moon Druid. Anyways, so they get Fog Cloud, Gust of Wind, Ray of Frost. The formatting on this is frustrating me. Shatter, Thunderwave.
Huh?
Sleet Storm, Lightning Bolt, Control Water, Ice Storm, Conjure Elemental, Hold Monster. All very good spells.
And all leading towards the theory that they are gearing D&D more and more to be combat oriented, because they are like every spell list has just been combat spells so far.
So the first thing is Wrath of the Sea. As a bonus action, you can expend a use of your wild shape to manifest an aura that takes the form of ocean spray that surrounds you. The aura lasts for 10 minutes, and it's early if you are incapacitated or dismiss it. Or manifest it again, so you can just pop a new one. At the end of each
I want
turns...
real quick before you read the rest of this. I want you to remember the fact that this is a third level feature.
Third level feature, and it lasts 10 minutes, and it's not a concentration so far.
Yep, and keep reading.
At the end of each of your turns, you can choose another creature you can see within 10 feet of yourself. They must succeed on a con save, I got your spell save, or take thunder damage, and if the creature is large or smaller, be pushed 15 feet away from you. To determine this damage, roll a number of d6s equal to your wisdom modifier. So, and it's just a bonus? No, at the end of your turn. Just one creature, but you can just
That is
say...
free. That is a free 5d, potentially 5d6 damage at the end of every turn at third level. That can kill things at third level.
You're just going wah 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 wah, and like
That's just a,
knock
you
people
just have a
away.
wall of water around you that's obliterating things.
6th level feature. Wait. Also to point out, that means you can be like a fly and just fly around and like knock people aside.
Yeah. Choose something really fast. Choose something really fast as a sea druid.
Aquatic affinity. You always have water breathing. You gain swim speed equal to your speed, and if you use wild shape to assume a form that lacks swim speed, it gains it. So you can be a bird with swim speed.
Yeah, your flying form now has swim speed as well.
Stormborn. So that one's okay. Swim speed. That's just a campaign. It doesn't come up that often unless you're playing a water.
Yeah, it depends. It depends where you are. Yeah.
10th level Stormborn. Your Wrath of the Sea confers 2 more benefits while active, which is the thing down here that lets you do the cool wom 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 wom. You can fly, and your resistance to cold, lightning, and thunder damage. That's a lot. And again, you can do this as a wild shape.
Yeah, but now here's the thing: you can turn into, I don't know, an elephant and still
Right.
fly.
So you can be a flying, cold, lightning, and thunder resistant elephant with like dubstep.
with just water pulse all around you all the time.
I don't know how to describe this when you see that coming into combat. It like breaks down Strahd's window and he's like, "What the fuck am I looking at?"
He surrenders, is what you mean.
Anyways, Ocean Gift. When you again, everything is just based around Wrath of the Sea. Again, when you use Wrath of the Sea, you can manifest the aura around one willing creature within 60 feet of you rather than manifesting around yourself. It gains all of the benefits and uses your spell save and wisdom modifier. In addition, you can manifest the aura around both the other creature and yourself, expend 2 use of Wild Shape instead of 1. Let me just double check. Is Wild Shape still 2 or am I crazy?
I think at this point, it
it's-
scales a little bit.
So you can have 3 at this point, so that means you can then still do this and then still turn into an elephant. I'm not gonna lie, this feels like a better Moon Druid now. I'm genuinely not, like...
Other than the fact that the Moon Druid gets the higher CR for their animal shapes, yeah.
Yeah, because you're still stuck with 1 CR1s.
Yeah.
But still,
Do you see the thing I said where Sea Druid is pretty good?
you said it about land. I've played the Sea Druid.
I'd play the shit out of the Sea Druid. I think the Sea Druid's great. Also, I want to point out, we reached the end of the Druid. I want to point out, in the Druid subclasses thing, they mention they're like, You gain a druid subclass of your choice: Circle of Land, Circle of Moon, Circle of Sea, or the Circle of Stars. And
They
then in
did say
parentheses
that.
it says, for this playtest, use Circle of Stars from Tasha's Cauldron and everything. Why would you mention that?
Yeah, what's the point? It's like, so nothing changed?
Yeah, why is that here? I don't. Are they just saying that because they plan to put stars in the new PHB when it comes out or something?
Yeah, but then why include it?
I don't know.
Anyway,
Anyways, Sea and Land Druid, big win, honestly.
I'll say actually, I feel like the Moon Druid went from being the Druid class to being like, do I really
Yeah.
want to?
Well, you know how Wizards of the Coast works. That's kind of how they are. If you were really strong before, and odds are all of your other options are going to be better than that one next time. Unless you're the monk. But we'll get there. Or the sorcerer. And
We're
we've
there.
already gotten there. Yeah, we're there.
Okay. This one.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
Oh boy.
I haven't really voiced my opinion of this to you much, have I?
I voiced my opinion to myself.
Oh, yeah.
I didn't like it.
Uh-huh.
It's, as people have put it, you know what? As I put it to myself, they did the exact same thing to the monk as they did to the sorcerer. They nerfed the one thing that people come to the monk to do, and then buff random features that don't fix the original issue. And you're saying
Yeah.
they're like, I don't know if this is actually even better. It might be worse than it was before.
They also changed the name of key points to martial discipline points.
Which makes no sense, and it's just confusing because now I'm like, why? What's the point? What was the point?
Yeah, because the idea of the monk is that you, as just a person, get these kind of almost perform these superhuman feats just by very intense training. So I understand martial discipline, but Key kind of made that feeling of like it's this pseudo magical thing that explains why you can do these things. Now it's just like I can fall from low orbit and live, not just live, land on my feet after I did a backflip, just because I tried really hard.
So this is gonna take a while. I can already tell it's gonna take a while. Martial arts.
I'll try my best not to lose it.
Before, as martial arts works, you use your dex instead of strength when you just slap someone with your hands or a weapon. It starts at a D4 and then it goes up. I believe it ends at D10s. Yep. And when you use the attack action with your unarmed or your weapon, you can make an unarmed strike as a bonus action. And so you just slap someone again. And then it goes into key, but we'll get to that later. Now, you can use, again, unarmed strikes and simple weapons for your martial arts. You gain the following benefits while you are unarmed or wielding only simple weapons and aren't wearing armor or shield. Still uses dexterity. You can make one unarmed strike as a bonus action still. And your martial arts die now starts at a D6, so they're like, hey, not a
They
D4.
basically just shifted the dice up one at every stage.
Yeah. Unarmed defense.
Which I want to, which for anyone who thinks that's a big deal, I want to point out that the difference between a D6 to a D8 or a D8 to a D10 and so on and so forth is an average of 1 damage.
Yeah. I mean, well, your friendly neighborhood a rogue could do that with just like a short sword.
I'm going to defer to the fact that the druid is a flying dubstep elephant.
It is. Anyways, unarmored defense is exactly the same. Weapon mastery is now applied to a monk.
But hold on, something we also skipped over slightly. Monks now only have simple weapons as monk weapons.
Yeah, I think before there was a Tasha's thing that let you use a specific martial weapon after like.
There's a Tasha's thing that let you basically use any kind of weapon that you could get proficiency from other sources like racial, feats, all that other stuff. Now it's just, and they also had short swords by default. Now it's just simple weapons.
Yeah.
You want to know the amount of simple weapons that are really that you can use as a monk for any of this? The quarterstaff?
Spear.
I think this is a spear. Yep, which is just a quarterstaff but piercing damage.
And a knife.
And a knife. I think that's it. Everything else I can think of is martial. You can continue.
We're on the second level, which is what key points were. Originally, key points. I'm going to point out I checked. Scale exactly the same. You have the exact same number of key points as before.
Don't get me started.
I'm just trying to point out for clarity. You can spend these to use either Flurry of Blows, Patient Defense, Step of the Wind. All of those work pretty simply. The save DC for everything is your Wisdom modifier, as if it's a spell.
Mm-hmm.
Flurry of Blows is a bonus action, spend a key point. You punch people twice as a bonus action. Patient Defense, bonus action to take the dodge action with another key point. Step of the Wind, you get to either use Disengage or Dash as a key point, again, as a bonus action. Now, all basically exactly the same. When you spend a Discipline point, it's not available till you short rest. Here, Parker, keeping it in. He's
Just keep reading. don't stop. Just keep reading.
you get stuff back on a short rest. And I'm pretty sure all of this is the same, except that Step of the Wind now does both Disengage and Dash. That's exactly it. That's it.
What was the main problem with the key point system before?
That it. You ran out instantly.
So what do they do to rectify that?
They said that Step of the Wind can be both Disengage and Dash.
All right, I just thought we would want to.
That's it.
I just thought we would want to.
That was the
address that.
only change to key points.
Though, I mean, they shared a listen, Sorcerer and Monk, they've been buddies for a while. They've shared the same problems. One of the things the Sorcerer did get is, here's a few more sorcery points per level. You get a little bit more.
Hey, Parker.
Here we are.
But now, when a new player wants to learn about the Monk, they'll search up Discipline points, which means they won't see all of people complaining about key points, because it's a different name.
Oh, is that their scheme here? Is that what this scheme is?
I wouldn't...
To avoid the Reddit posts?
Now, when you look up the Monk and Discipline points, you aren't going to see a million people yelling about how bad key points are.
No, this is what it is. They're gonna see people talking about the martial disciplines from the Battle Master and how good it is, and they're gonna be like, oh, they're talking about Monk. They're talking about me. So they're gonna want to play the Monk.
Yeah. Also, I'm pretty sure unarmored movement is exactly the same.
It's exactly the same.
So we can skip that. I believe Deflect Missile has improved. Originally, when you are hit by a ranged weapon attack, you use your reaction, you roll a d10 at your dexterity modifier and your monk level. If it does not hit 0, it just reduces damage. If it does hit 0, then you get to spend a key point and throw the ranged weapon attack back. You make an attack with proficiency regardless of your weapon proficiencies, and the missile counts as a monk weapon for the attack, so you can get all sorts of benefits, and has a range of 20 and 60. Now, you can use reaction to deflect ranged attacks against you that deal bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing damage. When you do so, the damage you take from the attack is reduced by a d10, blah blah blah, same thing. If it reaches 0, you can spend a point to redirect it towards another creature within 60 feet, so they improve the range, technically. It can't be behind total cover, and it must succeed on a dex saving throw or take damage equal to 2 rolls of your martial arts die.
Can I just point out how many things it takes there to just get a shot off at them? Like, something shoots an arrow at you. You have to use your reaction. You then have to roll and hope that you reduce the damage to 0. You then have to spend a key point to push that arrow back, and then they can still, even after you spend a key point, they can still make a dex save to just not care.
I want to point out that they have gone through so much, and they've said that this is better. I don't see... you can argue realism. Why they don't just say, when someone makes a ranged attack roll against you.
Dubstep elephant, I don't want to hear realism.
Right. I'm just trying to say, if someone fires guiding bolts at me, why can't I as a monk, like, catch the holy energy and toss it back? Like, it would be cool. That's my argument.
You get that later. It's at like, God, when do you get that?
Yeah,
I'm scrolling. Deflect energy, 13th level. You can deflect something that's not a physical object at 13th level. And that's the only improvement it gets.
Yeah.
Is that you can do it to things that are not bludgeoning, piercing, or slashing damage. And it still has to be things, I want to point out, it still has to be things that make an attack roll. Saving throw things don't matter. They'll still hit you.
Anyways, we can argue about this for a while.
Fucking God.
Slow fall.
Damn it.
Your reaction. When you fall, to reduce any damage falling damage take by amount equal to 5 times your monk level. Which I think is the exact same. Cool. That's it. Extra attack is the same. Stunning Strike. The thing that everyone came to the monk to play. Originally.
It's also the thing that everyone complained about on the monk, apparently.
Yeah.
Everyone who wasn't the monk complained about Stunning Strike.
When you hit
When
another
the
tree... Oh, yeah.
No, I was just saying, when the monk was sitting here saying, "This is all I have."
It's really all they had. When you hit another creature with a melee weapon attack... It had to be melee weapon attack. You spend 1 key point to attempt a Stunning Strike. It must succeed on a con save or be stunned until the end of your next turn. Now, it is simple, specifically with a simple weapon or unarmed strike. You can spend 1 discipline point to stun them. Con save, or until the start of your next turn. So, like, they let you do it with your punch, and also said you can't benefit from it next turn.
Can I ask what was wrong with a monk having a sword? Can I ask why Wizards of the Coast think that there is not a monk in history that's ever held a sharp piece of metal? What is this? What? Honestly, what is this? What am I looking at? Continue.
I think this is the same thing as a druid, where you can deal force damage instead of having resistance or overcoming resistance and immunity. Don't fight a ghost or whatever it is, or resistant to force. I don't know what is. I believe evasion is the same. Yep. I guess technically before you couldn't use evasion if you were incapacitated, or you could use it and now you can't. But that if you're incapacitated, you're fucked anyways. Stillness of Mind got renamed to Heightened Metabolism. Before it said you can end one effect on you that is causing yourself to be charmed or frightened. If you spend 1 minute resting, you can give yourself all the benefits of a short rest. Once you use the feature, you can't use it again to finish a long rest. 8th level, 9th level is Acrobatic Movement. Which I think is just renamed Unarmed Movement Improvement. Yeah, it's exactly the same. They just renamed it. Self-Restoration, which I think was Purity of Body. Through 4 it said you're immune to disease and poison. Now you can use a bonus action to remove one of the following: Charm, Frighten, or Poison. So it just got moved to 10th level. And foregoing food and drink doesn't give you levels of exhaustion, so you don't need to eat anymore.
Cool.
First in the class because the word disease doesn't have a solid meaning in rules for years. Yeah, they just removed disease from the game. No one gets sick anymore. There's the deflect energy we were talking about. It's kind of late. There it is. Disciplined Survivor, which was Diamond Soul. I think that's exactly the same as well. Yeah, it's exactly the same. They did a lot of just renaming. Perfect Discipline from Timeless Body. Timeless Body said you don't get old. You still die from old age. You just can't, like, suffer old age disabilities. Now it's whenever you roll initiative, you gain 4 key points.
If you have none remaining.
Only if you have none remaining. Superior defense was empty body. Before, spend 4 key points to become invisible for 1 minute. During that time, you have resistance to all damage, but force damage, and you can spend 8 to cast astral projection without doing it, and you can't take anyone with you. Now you spend 3 key points as a bonus action, bolstering yourself to become resistant to all damage, except force again. So now you can't do astral projection. They just took that out. Or invisible. You can't be invisible either. Defy Death is the new thing over Perfect Self. Perfect Self was shit. It was the 15th level feature. So now you get that shit feature earlier. Now, Defy Death says if you drop to 0 hit points, you can spend 4 discipline points, roll 4 martial arts dice, and add the dice together. Your number of hit points increase. So basically, when you die, you roll 4 discipline points, and you get that back. And when you die the next time, it increases by 2. And if you run out of discipline points, you can't do it and you die. So, remember when I said that they did the sorcerer thing? It's definitely worse.
So, you know how we rag on things like lame 20th level features? Such as, you know, the old monk and sorcerer ones, for example, which was like, hey, when you roll initiative, or the warlock one. When the old warlock one was like, hey, you can spend a minute and get a spell slot back once for long rest. It's like, at least you're still getting something. You know what this 20th level feature is? This 20th level feature is you die. That's this 20th level feature.
Yeah.
Is dying. Kai, please tell me what you think of the monk, because I can't. I think I wish to live in a world before this released, when I still had a little bit of hope.
You had so much hope going. I need you guys to understand that every time we talked about UA, the first thing on Parker's mind was, is the monk in this one? That was always the first thing. I think a part of, like, a part of Parker's soul he didn't know he had just died. Like, he wasn't aware it was there, but now he knows it's not there anymore.
It's gone. I think I'm just gonna stop making monk. I think I'm just gonna give up.
Just homebrew the monk at this point? We can. We will.
At this point, I'm just not gonna acknowledge that the monk exists. Because as far as I'm concerned, Wizard of the Coast doesn't acknowledge that it exists.
Hey, let's look at the subclasses.
Oh yeah, you wanna look at the subclasses?
I'll look at the subclasses.
Yeah. You wanna know if it gets any better in the subclasses?
Yeah, I do. So, Shadow Arts, 3rd level. You originally use your key to duplicate the effects of spells. You spend an action, spend 2 key points, and you can cast Darkness, Dark Vision, Pass Without a Trace, or Silence without material components, and you gain the Minor Illusion cantrip. Now, you can spend 1 discipline point to only cast Darkness. You can see within spell's range. While spells persist, you can move its area to a space, so you can move the darkness, I guess.
And you can actually see within it this time.
Yeah. You also can increase your dark vision range by 60 feet, and you gain Minor Illusion. So they took out all the other spells, and to replace it, you can now see in it. But the main, so the main issue with all of the, because this happens a lot. There's a sorcerer that gets it, the warlock can do it, and now the shadow monk can do it. And the issue was always that, sure, you can see in it, but you're in a group, and they can't.
What's the rest of your party do?
What do? They suffer. I've only ever found like a way to do this once, maybe, and it's the idea of I'm going to cast darkness on myself, and that's it. That's the only way I can see it working.
Well, they honestly made a spell that fixed this issue. It's called Shadow of Moil, and it localizes essentially what is the darkness effect on you, giving you advantage on hitting someone else because they can't see you, and giving them disadvantage on hitting
Right.
you because they can't see you.
And then they forget it exists.
And then they forget it exists.
So
So every time this comes up, I just like Shadow of Moyle literally does this gimmick but better.
overall, I'd say this is still worse. Because at least before, you also got Dark Vision, Pass Without a Trace, and Silence, which are all 3 better spells.
Oh, but Kai, if you already have Dark Vision, the Dark Vision increase goes up by 30 feet compared to before.
Twilight Cleric.
Can we move on?
Shadow Step. When you were in dim light originally, or darkness, as a bonus action, you can teleport up to 60 feet to an unoccupied space that you can see. You then gain advantage on the first hit you make before the end of your turn. Now, you can use a bonus action to teleport 60 feet. It's the same thing.
It's the exact same thing.
Improved Shadow Step, which used to be Cloak of Shadows, which Cloak of Shadows I can see got moved down here. Cloak of Shadows originally says that you're in an area of dim light of darkness. You could use a bonus action you can use an action to become invisible and remain invisible until you make an attack or cast a spell, or in an area of bright light. Which I think that's also a Warlock invocation. I don't remember.
I think it is.
Now you get a new thing, Improved Shadow Step. When you use the Shadow Step, you can also spend 1 key point. I'm gonna keep calling them key points to remove the. I'm going to. You can't stop me.
Rather than calling them DP.
Glad I wasn't drinking water when you said. Didn't think about that. Fuck. Remove the required. You can spend that you must start or end in dim light or darkness. As part of bonus action, you can make an armor strike immediately after the teleportation. Cool. So you can spend a key point to do this in bright light, basically, and get 1 extra slap. Now Cloak of Shadows. So now it's 17th level, so it has to be way better. As a bonus action, while entirely within dim light or darkness, you can spend 3 key points to shroud yourself with magical darkness for 1 minute, or until you have it, or until you end your turn in bright light. While shrouded in darkness, you can follow him. You are invisible. You can move through difficult, as if you take. Okay, so you can go through walls, and you can use your fleeter blows without spending any discipline. Hey, that's nice.
What level do we get this at?
17th level.
Yeah, I thought so.
Originally, your 17th level feature was whenever a creature within 5 feet of you is hit with an attack made by a creature other than you, you can use your reaction to make a melee attack against that creature. So you get to get Sentinel.
Not a better Sentinel, honestly.
Well, but Sentinel also used to make their movement 0.
Well, Sentinel wasn't triggered by someone else hitting it. Sentinel was triggered by that creature hitting someone else.
Yeah, that's true. Wow, that's kind of dog shit. Hey, 4 Elements Monk, notoriously the worst subclass in the game.
What do you think it holds that crown in the current 5e space? Considering it's probably unusable, probably.
It is the worst class in the game.
Ever since Beastmaster got improved by Tasha's, I think it single-handedly is the worst class in the game.
Not only is it incredibly long to read, it's bad, which makes it worse.
Yeah.
So
let's just not read it, because this one's honestly just an entirely new subclass.
Yeah, just to summarize, the idea is you spend key points to cast spells, and there are very specific list of spells that you can only cast at certain levels.
And they're incredibly expensive.
Yeah. Like, Cone of Cold here, 17th level, 6 key points.
The 4 Elements Monk watches the Warlock cast 2 spells per short rest and says, God, you have so many spells.
So now, you have attuned yourself to blah 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 elementalism, which I'm going to point out, this is just kind of a catch-all, not that great.
It's prestidigitation. It's basically what it is.
Yeah, I've looked at it. It's not that great. I'd
I
honestly
looked at
still
it
rather
too.
have prestidigitation.
Yeah, elementalism is just fucking elemental prestidigitation.
In addition, at the start of your turn, you can spend 1 key point to imbue yourself with elemental energy, and it lasts for 10 minutes. until you're knocked out. So, whenever you hit with an unarmed, you can cause it to deal your choice between one of these 4 damage types. When you deal these types of damage, you can also force the target to make a strength saving throw. Or you can move the target 10 feet. Man, if only the Ascended Dragon Monk got this.
But I want to point out, you're spending a key point to change the damage type of your hits?
It does last for 10 minutes, so it does apply to all hits for the next 10 minutes.
Yeah, but we've discussed in the past how changing the element of your hits doesn't really matter that much.
No.
In fact, it almost never matters.
It makes you reach 10 feet.
Fuck it. Just keep reading.
Which I'm going to point out doesn't really matter in this case, because you're also knocking them 10 feet away. Anyways, Environmental Bursts. A magic action, 2 discipline points, to burst in a 20-foot radius sphere centered on a point within 120 feet of yourself. Choose a damage type, one of these 4. Again. One of those 4. Each turn in the sphere must make a dexterity saving throw. On a failed saving throw, the creature takes damage of the chosen type equal to 3 rolls of your martial arts die. Self save, the creature takes half as much damage. Before or after you take this action, you can make 1 unarmed strike as a bonus action.
Wait, I just realized something. Am I crazy, or is this the Ascended Dragon Monk?
The Ascended Dragon Monk gets this feature, I think, at like 17th level. It's on
we have the elemental hits. The reach is different. But look at the next feature, because remember the other thing is that the elemental dragon, the Dragon Monk gets fly speed for Step of the Wind, but only while Step of the Wind is active for that one turn.
Yeah, I'll pull up the Ascended Dragon Monk. I actually know it like very well because I really like it, even though it's kind of shit. It's just kind of like that little shit subclass I like, anyways. But what you're looking at is, this is Ask Yourself. Here we go. Wings Unfurled, which is also at least 6th level, but only applies for your turn. You get walking flying speed equal to your walking speed. But the very least, well, no, this is just better because you use Step of the Wind once and you get this for 10 minutes.
Yeah, which is weird, isn't it?
Yeah, Wings Unfurled requires you to Step of the Wind, but also you use this feature at proficiency times per long rest.
And then the Environmental Burst, isn't that not just the breath weapon part of the...
No. This one...
Scroll up. Wait, scroll up.
But on Breath of the Dragon?
Yeah, Breath of the Dragon, yeah.
So Breath of the Dragon works by replacing one of your attacks with this damage specifically. And it works, again, proficiency times per long rest, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, so... Yeah, I just want to. What I'm trying to point out is, we have change the element of your punches. You have an elemental AOE. You have a fly ability. I feel like this is the Ascended. This feels like the Ascended Dragon Monk, but don't copy my homework.
It's also kind of worse. I'm not gonna lie.
I mean, it's not good, but...
Well, I'm just saying, this requires your action and 2 discipline points to use to do this once, and you get to bonus action. This...
I'm just confused. Well, I know, I understand the semantical differences. I'm not saying that that's not there. I'm not saying that's not there. What I'm saying is, this is the 4 Elements Monk, but we're looking at different versions of the Ascendant Dragon Monk.
Yeah. Yeah. Let's see if the 17th...
I think the last one's different, at least.
So, you also gain the following benefits when you use your elemental attunement. You gain resistance to one of the following damage types of your choice.
The level 11 ability of the Ascendant Dragon, I think, does that.
Well, they get to do one of these things. I'll always be salty of, you should get both of these, but you don't. But that's a completely different conversation. But yeah, you get to choose one damage type to be resistant to. And Destructive Stride says, when you use Step of the Wind, your speed increases by 20 feet. So you're going really fast.
You're going real fast. And you're flying, because Step of the Wind makes you fly at this point.
Yeah, and any creature of your choice takes damage equal to 1 roll of your martial arts die when it enters a space within 5 feet of it. when you enter a space with 5 feet.
You're doing flybys.
The
It's
damage.
also really bad flybys because it's one roll of your martial arts die.
Yeah, and the damage is same type as you chose for the feature damage resistance. Yeah, so that is different. This one lets you explode when you use your thing. Like, it buffs everything. It buffs your breath attack to be bigger. It gives you blind sight, and it gives you better... Like, you explode when you use this earlier feature. Yes, the two 17th level features are actually different, fortunately. This part is not the same. Everything else
That part's not the same. What? So, you know what that tells me, Kai, which I regret to inform you, I don't think we're going to see the Ascendant Dragon Monk again.
We aren't, but I'm also still going to point out that the Ascendant Dragon Monk is still better.
Oh, it's still better. But it's quite clear to me that they're just yoinking that and trying to use it to make 4 Elements Monk playable.
Oh, hey, I missed this one. Once on each of your turns, you can deal extra damage to a target with 1 roll, and when you hit it with unarmed strike, the damage is the same type as chosen. Oh.
That's what you should have gotten baseline with the Elemental Attunement ability. It should have improved your damage.
I'm glad that you get this at 17th level.
This is the problem that every single one of these monk subclasses has. The last ability is the thing that makes you actually feel like you are the thing that you are trying to be. So what's next?
Open Hand.
Warrior of the Hand is such a stupid name, by the way.
Go all the way down, just wait.
It's also real freaking short.
Here we go. It's also short on here. So, Open Hand technique. Originally, whenever you hit a creature with one of your attacks granted by flurry of blows, you can impose one of the effects on them. You can make them make a dex save or be knocked prone. You can make them make a strength save or get knocked away, or they just can't take reactions, which is probably the best one that you can throw on them.
And the can't take reactions didn't require a save. You could just do that.
Just do it. By the way, so whenever you hit a creature with one of the attacks granted by a flurry of blows, does that imply you can, if you hit both, you can do 2 of these?
Yep.
Yeah, that's pretty good. Now, they must make a con save, or it can't.
I'm letting you know right now that's really the only change to the open hand technique is that they gave that one a save.
Why?
I don't know. Because the monk was too strong, Kai. Because the monk was just too strong. It was ruling the power space in the entire game, clearly.
Wholeness of body. At 6th level, you can use an action, regain hit points equal to 3 times your monk level, and you can only do this once per long rest. That's pretty decent, because 3 times your monk level can go up really fast.
That's not terrible.
And then now it costs a bonus action, but also a key point. And
some
roll your
reason.
martial arts die.
Mm-hmm.
Plus your wisdom modifier. At least you can use it multiple times.
Fucking kill me.
So at the highest monk level, you can get 1d12 plus 5 times.
I want you to know
Or
I'm biting.
previously, you could have gotten 60 health.
I want to point out that I'm biting a plastic bottle to cope right now.
This is so bad. They've butchered everything so far. I haven't gone through any of these and been like, because even on the other ones, there's something I'm like, yeah, that's pretty good.
Again,
Seen anything?
the land and sea druids were really cool. Even
feel-
if you don't like the base druid, those are pretty good.
I'm not gonna lie, I feel bad for comparing this to the sorcerer, because even the sorcerer, I had good things to say about it.
Kai, I was waiting to hear you say that because I was going to wait till the end and just say I don't think it's a competition. I think the monk is in the worst state in all of this UA.
I'm not even done with this yet. Fleet Step, that replaces Tranquility. Tranquility says, at the end of a long rest, you can gain the effect of the Sanctuary spell. Lasts until the start of your next long rest. The saving throw is 8 plus Wisdom plus Proficiency. Sanctuary, by the way... any creature targets with... Oh yeah, it basically says that if someone tries to hit you,
Yeah.
they make
And
a
you
wisdom
have-
save.
Yeah, and it ends on them if you try to hit them. That effect ends on them if
Yeah.
you try to hit them.
So this was actually... Basically, it made it hard for people to get the jump on you by proxy of... They...
And you could it was good for focusing. It's like, if you have a fight where there's a bunch of things, you can just fight one thing, and everything still has Sanctuary applied to it. Everything else does.
Now, you can easily stride out of harm's way. You can use Step of the Wind option of your martial arts discipline without spending any discipline. Wow.
Okay. I hate Step of the Wind. If I had to pick a core facet of all this, ripping that up would destroy a lot of problems. Because the core idea that Step of the Wind uses a bonus action interferes with so much of the monk. Because think about this, you have to choose to use your open hand technique as a bonus action because it requires your flurry of blows. Most things as a monk require you to use a bonus action. So why does me increasing my speed also need to cost bonus action? I already have to spend a resource on it. The freaking rogue can do it as a bonus action, but it doesn't cost them a resource. They can do it for the rest of their lives. Why can't we pay the price of the key point and it just increases the speed without an action of any kind? Alright, that one slipped out. Continue. I'm gonna go back to biting a sun-kissed bottle.
We're not even done with the sub... 17th level, Quivering Palm. When you hit a creature with an unarmed strike, you can spend 3 key points to start these imperceptible vibrations. The vibrations are harmless unless you use your action to end them. To do so, you and the target must be on the same plane of existence. When you use this action, they make a con save. If it fails, it is reduced to 0 hit points. If it succeeds, it takes 10d10 necrotic damage.
Quivering Palm was your reward for playing monk this long, for playing an open hand monk this long.
You can hit someone and say, I hope you have a good con save.
You got the 64 palm trigram that Neji had in fucking Naruto.
So now, when you hit a creature with an armed strike, you can spend 3 discipline points. Key points exactly the same. Last for number of days equal to your monk level. Was there a number? Yeah, it was the same. Okay.
It was the same.
You can end it as end it as an action. It must be on the same plane of existence. When you use this action, the target must make a con save, taking 10d12 plus your monk level of force damage on a failed save.
Or half as much on a successful one. You can only have one creature under the effect of this feature at a time. You can end the vibrations harmlessly without using an action.
Falna's next.
No! We are talking about this! What did we just read? Not in my wildest imagination did I think it would get worse. Did you?
No, I didn't think it would get that bad. Undisputed worst class and subclasses change. All no. I guess technically the 4 elements monk got better, but then you're just sitting there like, well, I could play Ascendant Dragon and be cool.
I was about to say, it's a worse Ascendant Dragon. They literally took the Ascendant Dragon and made it worse and called it the 4 elements monk. Was there a single thing? Was there a single redeeming quality about this monk that you can pull out?
Step of the Wind, and now dash and disengage.
I'm gonna punch you in the nose. You are so lucky you are not in the vicinity of me right now.
That's literally the only improvement.
No, I'll give you another one. It makes the sorcerer look a lot better.
I guess so. I guess I can't complain about the sorcerer when I know that guy over there is literally in like a coma.
Oh God, how did this happen? Who hates the monk over there? Why?
I've seen like people say like I wouldn't, and I agree, I wouldn't mind the change to stunning strike that they did if they just improved like the other things.
We're about to talk about Paladin, by the way, so this is a good time to bring this up. They did a similar thing to Paladin, where the thing you came to Paladin for is Divine Smite. That is the reason to play Paladin. They said, okay, it's a little strong. We're gonna dial it back to you can only do it once per turn. But they got so much else to compensate for
Right.
that.
And they're sitting over there like, yeah, the monk is better, and we'll dial back the stunning strike. But they haven't. They made everything worse and still dialed it back.
We've had this whole thing, right? Because in your Strahd game, you've let people choose to use the UA versions, and most people have unanimously said, yes, I would like to, because it seems really cool. If there was a monk player in your Strahd game and you showed them this, do you think in any capacity they would say, I want to play the UA version of
I
the
cannot imagine a world that would say you can use the step of the wind and that's it. That they're doing that. It's awful. It's so bad. Look at how they massacred my child. It was already a corpse.
This isn't massacring my child. They visited the grave of my dead child, dug it up, shit on it, and then threw it in the ocean.
I can imagine. It's like you sitting here in your home. I've made peace with the death of my child, and they come by with it like strapped to the bumper of their
through
car.
my window.
It's like strapped to the bumper of their car, and they're honking their horn in front of your house. It's like, what the fuck?
They threw the monk through the window at me.
Like, the analogy is hilarious, but man, it's so sad. Oh man.
At this rate, I am not joking, by the way. This is not an exaggeration. This is not hyperbole. This is not a joke. I would rather they just delete the monk. I would rather it did not exist in the next PHB.
Yeah, just play a barbarian.
I would rather they just didn't make it than print this.
The French kissing the corpse at that point.
I would rather they just not make it than actually print this. So Paladin.
Let's talk about something that's cool.
I'm gonna leave you to do Paladin. I need to go get food before I have a fucking coronary.
So, Paladin. So far, I think I remember all the changes. I haven't, again, looked at the subclasses. The main ones that matter. Lay on Hands is now a bonus action. It hasn't been a bonus action ever, but now it's a bonus action. And I'm sure a lot of people are going to like that. It already makes one of the best healing features in the entire game better. So that's nice. Spells has changed like before. They had the whole thing. We talked about it. Weapon mastery is applied to a paladin. So Paladin Smite. It's not Divine Smite because Divine Smite. Oh hey, can I have a link to my Twitch? It is the same. It's Flying Fishy 58. I'm going to point out the whole reason I'm streaming on YouTube is because I'm attempting to make the switch to YouTube, though it's up in the air if I stick with that because I've been struggling a lot with YouTube streaming. We'll see. I haven't streamed on Twitch since I started streaming on YouTube, so up in the air. But it is just twitch.tv/flyingfish58. It's the exact same. Anyways, point being, you can only cast one prepared smite spell without spending a spell slot. Basically, you always have a certain spell, these spells ready. They don't count against the number of spells you know. And thereafter, you can cast one of your prepared spells from this feature without spending a spell slot. So if you really want to, you can just go fucking all in, max level smite, and not have to worry about it. And also, all of these now just spells. Some people have been complaining. So many people have been complaining that Divine Smite being a spell sucks because they're going to get counterspelled. And I'm like, what? I get that, like, they have to worry about it, but there's a lot of other things that are going to get counterspelled. I feel like this is going to happen very infrequently. Maybe it'll happen, but I think people overestimate how frequently. Divine Smite was not a spell, it was a feature, meaning it was always able to be used in anti-magic zones and it would not be counterspelled. Now it can be. And it can't be used with other smites anymore. the benefit to all this is that all of these other spells, Thunderous, Shining, Blinding, Staggering, Banishing, work the same way as Divine Smite, so you can use it as a bonus action whenever you land a hit, and you can use it on unarmed strikes, and they have uncapped the damage of Divine Smite. So if you have like a Sorcerin and you have a 9th level spell slot, you can Divine Smite at 9th level. That's really good. That's really good. They have made Sorcerin even stronger. And people just like brushed under the rug. Just because you can't like insta-nuke someone for like 3,000 damage. Fighting styles are the same. Channel Divinity, I think I said this during the Cleric, but you can no longer use Cleric Channel Divinity with Paladin Channel Divinity. It's their own unique thing. All of this is the same, I'm pretty sure. Faithful Steed. Thank God I can't Stunning Strike more than once, though. Jesus Christ, it's gonna be all night. Faithful Steed is now a Paladin spell. Or, sorry, Fine Steed, not Faithful. Fine Steed is Paladin spell only. You always have it. It's a unique feature now, along with the Divine Smites. Almost all the Smites are like that. Aura Protection is now back at 6th level. It used to be 7th. Sorry, burping. I think for the most part, I'm gonna double check. I think for the most part, a lot of these are the same. No, that's multi-classing. I don't want this one. I want this one. I guess I changed Abjure Foes to doing nothing on success. Aura of Courage is 10th level. Radiant Strikes, you can now continue to punch with Radiant. Strong Touches, 14th. Yeah, for the most part, it's just rearranging all the features. They haven't really changed into UA. The Wizard was in the previous UA, actually, Soul Click. We already went through that. I think it's on my Twitch VODs. I don't remember if it's still there. But we went through that one. That's cool. That one also became a sorcerer, but better. But yeah, for the most part, this was just rearranging. Abjure Foes was a newer thing, where you present your holy symbols, choose a number of creatures that have to make a wisdom save, or be dazed or frightened, or until it takes damage. It's very good for just like stunning the whole group. And you can punch people for radiant damage, so that's cool. Soaring Touch let you cure statuses with your Lay on Hands. Yep. Which, again, you can do this as a bonus action now, so that's cool. The Paladin's just better. It's just better. I am sad, but expected that the Cleric doesn't get as much Smite, and they don't get as many of the Smites, and they don't get the Fine Steed. But we also came to the impression that Cleric was just better Paladin originally, so it's like, it's sad, but I get it. Because at the end of the day, a Cleric can still 9th level Searing Smite, they just can't 9th level Divine Smite, and they can't have a Flying Mount super early. And now the Bard can't either. The Bard also cannot do that. Oh no, the Paladin already had all this. Don't give them an out. The Paladin already had all of this. Anywho, I haven't gone through any of the oaths. I have no idea if they're better or not. But yeah, the Paladin had like most of these things. This is just like rearranging, rebalancing for the Paladin for the most part. Don't give them an out. They don't deserve an out. Conquest, Devotion. Here we go. So, originally, they get spells, just like every Paladin here. Instead of Sanctuary, they get Shield of Faith. Instead of Lesser Restoration, they get Aid. 9th level is the same. 13th is the same. 17th is the same. Sacred Weapon. Originally, this said... Wow, they got rid of Turn the Unholy. Originally, as an action, use your Channel Divinity. For 1 minute, you add your Charisma modifier to attack rolls made with that weapon. It emits a bright light. It becomes magical. You can end it as part of any other action. Or if it falls unconscious, whatever. Now, for 1 minute, you add your Charisma modifier, same thing. Each time you hit with it, it deals normal damage or Radiant, so you can add Radiant, or you can do Radiant if you want to. Still emits a bright light. You can end as a bonus action. They got rid of Turn the Unholy? Oh, you mainly meant it as a joke? I mean, I understand. I'm just saying. It's just like... They really should. We're just upset here about the monk. We can't even joke about the monk. We don't joke about the dead. But yeah, they got rid of this, which is interesting. Not to say that this was a good feature. No one used Turn the Unholy. Anyways, or Devotion. 10 allies are 10 feet around you can't be charmed while you're conscious. If a charmed ally enters the area, the condition has no effect while there. So the condition doesn't end. It's just paused while they're there. So you can move around and help your allies that are charmed, but they become charmed again when you leave. Purity of Spirit is now Smite of Protection. Originally, it gives you protection from evil and good all the time. Now, whenever you cast any of your Paladin Smites, you and your allies in the Aura of Protection have half cover until the start of your next turn. So you can glowingly protect your allies. That's pretty good, actually. And then Holy Nimbus. Originally, for 1 minute, bright light shines around you for 30-foot radius. Whenever an enemy starts in a bright light, it takes 10 radiant damage. In addition, for the duration, you have advantage on saving throws against spells cast by fiends or undead. Now, you have advantage on any saving throw you are forced to make by a fiend or undead. Not spells, any saving throw. I'm glad I'm almost out of my water. And whenever an enemy charges, takes radiant damage equal to your proficiency bonus plus charisma. That's interesting that they specify that, because this is a 20th level feature, so it's 6 plus your charisma, which is like 11. So I guess this is 1 damage more? Seems like a weird change. Unless you don't max your charisma, I guess. Alright. And now it counts as bright light, that is sunlight. So if you are against like vampires, it kills them. This is still really niche, I'm not gonna lie. This is still super niche. That's about it. Oath of Glory. So, spells. Guiding Bolt and Heroism, Enhanced Building Magic. That's all the same. Compulsion, Freedom of Movement, Communal. That's all the same. Inspiring Smite. Now you don't get Peerless out. So they've taken away what? Nope, there it is. There's the other one. So what happened to... Whatever. Inspiring Smite. Immediately after you deal damage to Divine Smite, you could use your Channel Divinity as a bonus action and give temporary... Well, I guess it wouldn't have worked now. Give temporary hit points to creatures of your choice. Tell them to 2d8 plus your level. Divide amongst creatures of your choice. So yeah. You smite, you use a bonus action, and you give temporary hit points around to anyone around you. Now, you can expend 1 use of Channel Divinity to distribute temporary hit points to a creature choice from 30 feet, which can include you. It's exactly the same, it just works with the new feature. That's all. Fearless Athlete lets you use a bonus action to cast Channel Divinity. It's 10 minutes. It gives you advantage on athletics or acrobatics, and also makes you jump further. Now, you have advantage on the same thing, and you can carry more and jump further. Alright, that's still kind of shit. Aura of Alacrity. You eliminated that. So you get 10 more walking speed, While you're unconscious space, also gets 10 feet. So yeah, people around you also have 10 feet. Same thing. They just made it work with the new feature. Raise defense. Is this like all the same? Hold up. It's all the same. They've basically not changed Oath of Glory. It is virtually unchanged. It just works with the new features, that's all. That's the only difference. Alright. So, Oath of the Ancients. Now, probably don't even know this. I'm sure some of my friends don't even know this. This was the first class character. This was the first character I ever played. Was a Dragonborn Oath of the Ancients Paladin. I wasn't even in a game with any of my current friends. This was the first class I played. So it has a little bit of a special place in my little heart. Little special place right here. And I kind of know what it does, and I kind of forget. Because I was really shit at D&D and messed up all the rules back then. Original, you got Nature's Wrath, which says, as an action, he causes vines to spread out. Everyone makes a strength or dex save, but they choose, or they're restrained. They can repeat the save at the end of the turn. Restrained is a very strong condition if you didn't know. Or you can use Turn to Faithless. Same thing. Burping a lot. Nature's Wrath now. Still use an action, still use Channel Divinity. Each creature of your choice you can see within 15 feet of you must succeed on a strength saving throw or have restrained for 1 minute. Has to be strength now. So that's basically all they changed. Now that you can't use dex, it has to be strength. Which is better. At least now you don't give them an out. Because usually a creature is either good at dex or strength. It's very rare that you're fighting something that's not good at both. Spells. Same. Cool. Or avoiding, originally. You and friendly creatures within 10 feet of you have resistance to damage from spells. Now, you and your allies have resistance to necrotic, psychic, and radiant damage. Okay, so they kind of nerfed it, not gonna lie. Well, actually, no, I guess it's better because not everything casts a spell, and they've really tried to make things very specific in recent times with that. So now it's just all necrotic, psychic, and radiant. Though that's very rare. Those are all very rare damage types to be hit with, so still not that great. I'm not gonna lie. That's... When you reduce to 0 hit points and are not killed outright, you can choose to drop to 1 HP instead. Use ability, you can use a long rest. So this is the half-orc racial feature. That's just a half-orc racial feature, so that was kind of shit. Okay, you could play a half-orc, and I guess you could just get 2 uses of this feature. You also don't age like a monk. The new one says, you can choose to drop 1 HP, you gain a number of hit points equal to 3 times your paladin level, which would be 45 at this point. That's a chonky comeback. And still the same old feature. So at least it's a little bit better. At least now you can have a use for it over being a half-orc. Then Elder Champion. You get to assume a form for 1 minute. At the start of each turn, you get 10 HP. Whenever you cast a paladin spell that casts in one action, you can use it as a bonus action. That's actually not bad. Though that means you can't smite. Well, I mean, on the old one, it means you can't. Like, you know, but still. And enemy creatures within 10 feet of you have disadvantage on saving throws against paladin spells and channel divinity options. Now, enemies in the aura have disadvantage on saving throws against your spells and channel divinity. Same thing. Regeneration's the same. Swift spell is also the same. But you can at least get it back on 50. So they didn't change this at all. That's kind of disappointing. I heard someone come back.
Yeah, it's me.
Welcome back.
Just don't talk to me. I know. I'm angrily eating. I wanted to be known that Wizard of the Coast is they're responsible for the dead chicken I'm about to eat.
That poor chicken. Vengeance Paladin, by the way.
Yeah, by the way, some other thing that I noticed, smites are now bonus actions?
Yeah.
Like, all smites are bonus actions?
Mm-hmm.
So, dual-wielding Paladin slash Polar Master Paladin is just fucked now, right?
Basically.
Okay. Added to the
Um,
long list of Wizard of the Coast telling you how you're allowed to play the game.
Yeah. Yeah. I think what... I know I'm interjecting this already, but I think what I can already see us doing is when the 2024 player handbook comes out, I can see us making a PDF of saying, here's the rules that we're going to use, and here's what we're not going to use. Because I can see us being like, Paladins can range smite, Paladins can dual wield, Rangers can Hunter's Mark without concentration, Monks, a whole lot.
I just want to I'm going to interject this here, because I just want to articulate it. I think the design philosophy that you're not allowed to have too many good things is really dumb. Them and a lot of video game developers do this. Their design philosophy is, if we give you something good, we need to take away something else from you. Why? Just make everyone have good things. What's the problem? Anyways.
Yeah. Well, here's the Paladin Vengeance spells. They didn't get Hunter's Mark because that's a Ranger spell now. So now they get Compelled Duel. And it looks like everything else is the same.
Pay to roleplay.
Pay to roll.
Sounds about right.
Vow of Enmity. So beforehand, this was a bonus action. You pick someone within 10 feet of you. And you have advantage on attack rolls against that for 1 minute or until it dies. This one says 30 feet with you. And you can, just like Hunter's Mark, you can transfer it now. So that's better. So now you just have a Channel Divinity Hunter's Mark. That's not concentration, but the Ranger couldn't. The Ranger... No.
Can't have nice things.
The Paladin can. And they also just don't get Amateur Enemy anymore. Which is sad, because it was kind of cool being able to make everyone frightened and have 0 movement speed, and you're just sort of this aura of fuck you.
Yeah, but they also admit to the fact that you're here for Vow of Enmity.
Relentless Avenger. Originally, when you hit a creature with opportunity attack, you can move up to half your speed as part of the same reaction, and it doesn't provoke an attack of opportunity. Now, when you hit a creature without opportunity attack, you can reduce a creature's speed to 0, so that's where that feature went to. And then you can move up to half your speed as part of it. So they at least interjected it later on. Not as strong, but still good. Soul of Vengeance. When your creature is under the effect of Vow of Enmity, you can use your reaction to make a melee weapon attack against a creature if it's within range. I love that means at any point, if you're just in melee with someone, you can just be like, hey DM, I punched this guy. Fuck him. Anyways, the new one is immediately after a creature under the effect of your Vow of Enmity hits or misses an attack, you can use a reaction to make a melee attack against that creature if it's within range. So now you can't just choose when to punch them. It's when they attack, which is sad. I get it, because then I understand why I did this, just because people would probably get confused on, hey, when do I get my reaction back? When can I use this reaction?
Well, didn't the old Soul of Vengeance say the same thing?
It is when it makes attack. I misread that then. But then yeah, it is the same. Never mind, I misread it.
Alright.
I thought it was just whenever.
That'd be funny.
It would have been really funny in my mind. I was like, I just want to hit this guy right now. Anyways, 20th level Avenging Angel. Originally, it's a 1 hour thing versus the others 1 minute, where you get wings for flying speed of 60 feet, and you emanate an aura The first time any creature enters the aura or starts its turn there, the creature makes a wisdom saving throw or is frightened for 1 minute or takes damage. And attack rolls have against the frightened creature have advantage. I like these features because, and specifically actually the Ascendant Dragon Monk has this, which made me originally realize that it's a better class than I gave it credit for. At no point does this say that they become immune to the feature if they make the save.
Yeah, it just keeps going.
It just keeps going. So as long as they stay there, they gotta make another frightened and another, and you don't feel bad about ending it because you know next turn it's right back.
Hmm.
The frightened condition from the Ascendant Dragon Monk has the exact same thing. It's very fun. Anyways, new one. Still, you get fly speed, but now instead of 60 feet, it's just your walking speed. But you can also hover, which is a very important thing in D&D. It's very important, actually. I'm not even memeing.
Oh no, if you don't have hover and you have a fly speed, it's terrifying.
You might as well just stay on the ground.
Because there's a lot of ways to knock someone prone, and if you knock someone prone, they just fall at terminal velocity to the ground immediately.
Yep. So now you don't. And I think the frightened, it says down here, is exactly the same. Wisdom saving throw, frightened for 1 minute or takes damage. And attack rolls have advantage. But now you can use this feature back again if you have a 5th level spell slot still. Either way, I think the Vengeance Paladin and most of the Paladins are basically the same.
Yeah, the Vengeance Paladin is still the I'm going to fucking kill that guy Paladin.
But now you can keep moving it on to the next guy.
And you, and you, and you.
A Ranger. So I had... Technically speaking, a lot of this improved, except for the one thing that I wanted to stay the same, and first off,
it's looking less and less like you're gonna play Pikmin tonight.
It's 12:30. At least it's a Friday.
Just seeing how sad you are on stream.
I want to play that demo so bad.
When tomorrow, Saturday.
No, but I have to go to my family's place at like 4 or 5.
Early morning stream.
Looking like it. Let me find the game rules, classes, Ranger. I'm at least glad I know we'll get to end on a high note.
Oh yeah, I look forward to it.
Why am I even bothering looking at this Ranger?
I don't know. It's so different. It's so vastly different from the original PHP Ranger at this point.
It's night and day. It is night and day. So I'm just gonna look at the UA. So originally, here we go. The Depth Explorer just wasn't a thing. They had just Expertise, which just says you get 2 skill proficiencies of your choice that are Expertise. And you get Favorite Enemy, which says you can use Hunter's Mark. It doesn't count the spell you know. It doesn't have to be Concentration. Last full duration until you end as a bonus action. It was very, very good. Now, you get Weapon Mastery. They said, yeah. But now Favorite Enemy is a 2nd level feature. Hunter's Mark is now a spell. Hunter's Mark now uses a number of times equal to your proficiency bonus. And it's concentration.
This is just the utter sadness. One of many design decisions we'll see that work against the idea that, yeah, you could play a melee ranger.
Yep. Fighting styles are the same, I'm pretty sure. Ranger some classes we'll get to later. Extra attack. Roving, I think, was 7th level, so now it's 6, because they basically said, I don't think we should make all of the subclass, scaling different anymore. Because it was stupid. Roving is exactly the same, it's just 6th level now. Conjure Barrage. So, they gave this to the Ranger. Now, the Ranger, I believe, still gets Expertise at higher levels, if I'm correct. I'm back to it to find out. Yeah. So now you get 1 Expertise, originally. And now you can choose a terrain again. Like OG Ranger, that you're just, good at.
They are really sticking to their guns on this design philosophy that this is a good idea.
And then also at 9th level, you get 1 new expertise. I like the old Ranger and this one where it's just like, here's more expertise, more.
Mhm.
And now it's like, don't worry, you have Conjure Barrage. And then now I'm like, but melee.
Huh.
By the way, guys, Conjure Barrage doesn't work unless you have a bow and arrow that you shoot. Get fucked, melee rangers. Hey, there's Tireless at 10th level, which was 11th. I think this is also the same. Finish a short rest or a long... No. So originally, whenever you finish a short or long rest, you can give yourself a number of temporary hit points equal to 1d8 plus proficiency. And if you're exhausted when you finish a short rest, you can decrease that exhaustion by 1. Now, as an action, you can give yourself the same number, although you now add wisdom instead of proficiency. And you regain all uses when you finish a long rest. You can use this number of time equal to your wisdom modifier. And same thing with a short rest. So now you can actually use it, which it's honestly good to just use at the start of a day. Just be like, I'm just gonna slap this on. But yeah, that's cool. Nature's Veil was 13th level. I see it's longer now. Before, it was bonus action to become invisible until the end of your next turn. You did have to spend a spell slot. Now it is bonus action, and you give yourself the invisible condition at the end of your next turn. And you use it a number of times equal to wisdom modifier, so at least that's better. It no longer uses a spell slot. Conjure Volley, another thing that requires you to have a bow and arrow! Whoa! Whoa! Neat. Previously, Bow Slayer made your Hunter's Mark now deal an extra 1d10 damage to its target rather than an extra 1d6. I'm gonna point out, Hunter's Mark now scales. So, that's still a thing. And instead, you now get Feral Senses, which gives you Blind Sight, up to 30 feet.
Wait, Hunter's Mark now scales?
It does now scale.
Interesting.
On top of being a Ranger exclusive spell, it increases damage kind of like a lot of others. I think it scales basically as you'd expect it to.
That's potentially very strong.
It is if you could be a melee ranger. Remember, it's only once per turn, I'm pretty sure.
Oh, is it only once per turn?
I don't
now?
know. I have to double check.
Hold on, I'm about to find out.
I might be mixing it up with
I'm about to
Swarm
do
Keeper.
some investigating. Hold on, I'll let you know in a second.
Hey, 20th level thing, by the way, now is when your attack misses with on a hunter's mark, you add your wisdom modifier, and whenever you hit it with an attack roll and deal damage, you can add your wisdom modifier.
All right, I found it. By the way, it says the damage only happens the first time you hit it on your turn.
I was right, yeah.
So it quite literally doesn't matter how many times you attack in a turn anymore.
Don't worry, Parker. You can add 5 to that damage roll.
Fuck off.
At 20th level, 5 more damage.
What's the fuck? There's literally no other point to this other than just forcing you to spend higher level spell slots on your Hunter's Mark as you level up, which is awful, by the way.
If you want to be an effective ranger, you have to be a ranged, bow-wielding ranger that casts Conjure Volley and uses your Hunter's Mark
And that's it.
And casts Conjure Barrage, and that's it.
You're not. You now have the Paladin Smite slot problem of because your Hunter's Mark scales with your spell slots now. You have to spend your highest level spell slot to stay at the same effectiveness that you were at before. Not even better. I want to point that out. Not even better than before. It's like you're not spending a 3rd or 4th level slot to be better than you were before. You're spending it to get the exact same amount of damage you were getting before this change. They really decided to solve the Hunter's Mark dominates the Ranger spell list problem by saying Let's make Hunter's Mark so bad that you hate using it.
Yep. Because the ranger was OP.
Fucking, I want to kill somebody.
Anywho, at the very
We really
least,
are making it sound like we hate a lot of these changes, and it's because we do.
At the very least, the ranger does have good things in it, which is the subclass stuff.
Yeah.
So, I actually think from this point on, everything else in this UA is going to be positive things. Because I like all of the ranger subclass changes, and I like everything in the rogue.
I only read one of the ranger subclasses, and I didn't like it, so we'll get to
Really?
that. Yes.
Anywho's it's Beast of the Land. So again, I'm looking at this, but they already changed Ranger Companion in the Tasha's. So what matters here is your Primal Companion returns from Tasha's, because everyone likes Tasha's. You know.
Yeah, they just straight up replaced Beast Companion with Primal Companion, which is a good decision.
Yeah. Now, Exceptional Training allows you to command your beast with your bonus action to
You
take
could already do that.
to take the dash, disengage, dodge, and help action, and it ignores damage resistances.
The beast attack, that's a good one. That is a good improvement.
That's good. And
But yeah, you did already command it with your bonus action.
yeah, but I mean, no, now it can benefit from your Hunter's Mark spell.
That's pretty strong. That's pretty strong. If it
Once
was the old
per
Hunter's
turn.
Mark. Yeah, if it was the old Hunter's Mark, it'd be really, really strong.
Everything here is basically the same.
I'm now wondering, did they rebalance how Hunter's Mark works because of the Beastmaster? They wanted the Beastmaster to have that.
I don't fucking know.
That was the most resigned thing I've heard from you all night.
Here's the thing: the Beastmaster is technically not worse. It got this one benefit and didn't change, basically, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, it got. That's pretty much what it got.
And the Beastmaster was already good, so it's like I
Beastmaster,
can't.
after Tasha's, the Beastmaster is actually a really good subclass.
So I can't be mad. I'm mad at the Ranger. Beastmaster's unchanged. It's still good. So,
Gloomstalker is the one I had the problem with.
so really,
which is
all
our
right.
next one.
Anyways, Gloomstalker. I'm gonna compare this because I wasn't able to compare it previously. Boop, boop, boop. Hey,
Dread
this is a great one.
Ambusher specifically is the thing that I have the problem with the change.
Gloomstalker. Here we go. First off, you get spells, which are the exact same, so I can skip that.
Hmm.
Dread Ambusher. So originally, you give yourself a bonus to initiative equal to Wisdom, and at the start of the at the start of your first turn of each combat, your walking speed is increased by 10. Lasts till the end of the turn. If you take the attack action on that turn, you can make one additional weapon attack as part of that attack action. If it hits, they take an extra d8 of the weapon's damage. Now,
So it basically turns your normal 2 hits into 3 hits, or 4 if you're dual wielding, I guess, but whatever. That's not
Yeah.
happening with new Rangers, so.
an extra attack with 1d8 on that specific extra attack.
Mhm.
Now, at the start of each of the first turn, you still get that 10 foot. That's the same. But once per turn, I'm just making sure I didn't miss it. Yeah, once per turn, when you attack a creature and hit it with a weapon, you can deal an extra 1d8 psychic damage to a target and force it to make a Wisdom save. On fail, they're frightened until the start of your next turn, and you can use this number time equal to your Wisdom modifier, and regain it all on a long rest. And then you still get the Wisdom on initiative. I'm surprised you don't like this.
Here's the thing. Functionally, it's fine. The 2 things I don't like about it is, 1, it's a resource. I just don't like overloading characters with resources. There's no reason to make this a resource. And 2, I thought that the original Dread Ambusher was very thematic and very good. Is the 2 main things is you felt like, yeah, I'm like a trap. I set traps. I'm an ambusher. I get in quick. I hit them hard on the first round, and then after that, we see what happens. This one doesn't feel like that. This one doesn't feel like I'm an ambusher.
I guess my only counterpoint is, at the end of the day, if you want to do that, it feels like the Gloomstalker, looking at this, underperforms compared to a rogue that does the same thing.
Well, see, the reason it doesn't underperform is, think about all of the riders that come with just making another attack. It's not like they take a D8 extra damage. It is an entire other attack that holds things like sharpshooter and any magical effects you have on your bow and any bonuses you have from buffs, spells, Hunter's Mark, anything like that. Dread Ambusher was very strong, and I think that's why they did this, because they had found that an extra attack is incredibly strong.
Yeah.
Because, mind you, this is definitely a nerf in damage. You get to use the ability more often, but it is a nerf in damage, despite what they are trying to tell you.
Suppose so. I don't know. I personally like the frightened condition applying.
Well, the fright condition is fine. I think that's great. Nothing in this is
Yeah.
about ambushing.
I know. I like I like consistency. I was never a fan of like first turn of combat do this because in my mind it's like, but if I miss, I'm fucked.
Well, yeah, if you miss, you're fucked. That's just a dice game. That's just playing a dice game. If you miss the attack on this, you're fucked.
Right, but you can do this multiple times. You can do this once. Anywho's, Umbral Sight I think is the same. 60 feet dark vision. If it adds it to your race. You're adept at evading. You're invisible if you're in dark. Yeah, if you're in darkness, you're invisible to anyone, even if they have dark vision. So it's all the same.
Well, you're invisible to anyone that relies on dark vision,
Yeah,
which is
This is-
most things.
right. And it said, I just mean it says it the same here.
Oh yeah. I just meant like, I was just. It's stupid. I promise I'm not trying to correct you. I just wanted for anyone watching or just the video in general. You do not turn invisible. You are just
Yeah.
invisible to someone's dark vision,
If
which is
someone-
a stupid semantic. But at the same time, 99% of the game has dark vision, so you're basically invisible.
if someone has True Sight, Devil Sight,
Or a candle.
yeah.
just
Just like
imagine
the
walking.
Twilight Cleric.
Just imagine that scenario, right? You're walking through a cave, right? You have your torch. You're just a human, right? You got your torch out, and you're just walking, and you just walk by, and just in complete silence, you just pass, and a dude is just standing next to the wall. Like there was no one there when you were walking up, but as soon as it gets into your torchlight, there's a dude there, and as you pass, they disappear again, just not having moved.
You like look back and move over, and they're gone. It's like, what the fuck?
It's like a horror movie.
I think this one's also the same. Proficiency and wisdom saving throw. If you already have it, you can either choose between intelligence or charisma. Which, yep.
What
same.
What a random thing to give the Gloomstalker. But it's good. It's just what a random thing to get.
Yeah. And then last one, Stalker's Fury. Once in turn, when you miss with it, you can make another attack as part of same action. This is different actually.
This is different.
So
I think I like this change.
once on each of your turns, if you miss, you can try again. Mind you, that is a whole other thing, but like it's basically the same as having advantage. If I'm being honest.
It is, yeah.
Now, you can make another attack with the same weapon against a different creature that is within 5 feet of the original target and that is within the weapon's range.
Oh, a different.
When you use the frightened effect of Dread Ambusher specifically. And then each creature within 10 feet of the target must make a wisdom saving throw against your spell save DC. On a failed save, creature is frightened condition. So you can just... the mass hysteria.
Yeah. They said you are the Fear Ranger.
And finally, Shadow Dodge.
You
Shadow
are Batman.
Shadowy Dodge. Whenever a creature makes an attack roll against you and does an advantage against the roll, you can use your reaction to impose disadvantage on it. And you must use this feature before you know the outcome of the attack roll.
Sure.
Now, when a creature makes an attack roll against you, you can use your reaction to impose disadvantages. If a creature misses, then you can teleport up to 30 feet. Teleport.
Can I point out something dumb that YouTube streaming does, by the way?
What?
Whenever I tab out, it pauses your stream.
That's
and then
stupid.
whenever it zooms it when I tab back in. So
Oh,
I
I
can't just have you in the background.
Oh, it's so stupid. Well, here we are at the thing I liked, because they brought it back to being good.
I was about to say, this is the most Wizards of the Coast eating their words ever, if I've ever seen one, is the Hunter.
Like, clearly they wanted less options, then they took them all away. It's like, what is the class compared to everything else?
Yeah.
So,
We were just asked the question of why? Why did you do this?
yeah, for those that don't know, the original one basically said, these are the options everyone took, so now they're the only options.
That was the first UA rendition of this, and it's like, It's like it really was the biggest example of like sometimes I truly this is not being I'm not trying to be an obnoxious redditor on the internet. But it's really hard to defend any of the designers when it feels like they don't actually know what game design is. Because the Hunter Ranger is the evolution of the Hunter Ranger is a prime example of them not knowing how game design works. Oh, you only choose these? Then let's cut out everything else and just give those to you. No,
Doesn't make
that's
sense.
not the improvement that people wanted.
How about you make the other worse ones better? Which they kind of did here. So I believe, let's see, it was Giant Killer was replaced with Retaliator, and I think Colossus Slayer was improved. Horde Breaker I think is the same. So Colossus Slayer used to say when you hit someone with an attack, they take an extra 1d8 if it's below maximum, and you can only deal it once per turn. No, that's the same. Sorry, I got it backwards. Horde Breaker, I think.
According to the Hunter updates, the Retaliator is the only thing that got changed.
Oh, just that one. Okay. And then, yeah, Horde Breaker just says that you can stab one person, then you stab someone else. Retaliator replaced Giant Killer. Giant Killer says that if a large or larger creature specifically within 5 feet of you misses you with an attack, you use a reaction to attack that creature immediately after attack. So you
Melee Hunter!
just stab Melee Hunter. If only the regular ranger was.
Core Ranger supported Melee Hunter!
It's a little sour, but you know, at least we have this. Now, immediately after a creature within 5 feet of you attacks you, you can use your reaction to make one attack with the weapon against that creature, whether or not it hit you. Which is better.
So, yeah, it's better. Wow, this entire thing really is just them giving us our options back, huh?
Yeah. Now it doesn't have to require that you can see the creature, though. I took that out.
I don't know who's there, but I hit.
I mean, if you get stabbed, you can just you can imply
Swing
that
in the
I know
direction
that-
you got stabbed.
Yeah. Take a swipe. Oh, there is a way to get past that on YouTube? How do you get past that? I swear I've done it before, I don't remember. I think Hunter Solar's new, if I remember correctly. Yeah.
Apparently it was a 6th level feature before and is now a 3rd level feature.
While creatures marked with Hunter's Mark, you know whether it has damage or condition immunities, damage resistances, damage vulnerabilities, and if it has any, you know what they are.
That's always good.
Yeah, it's nice.
I don't really know how. That's one of those things where I don't really know how, as a DM, I convey that to you, other than just out of character saying, "Hey, here's the stat sheet," or "Here's this piece of the stat sheet." As in, like, I don't know how would you flavor that if you're describing it to someone? That's the one thing I've just struggled with that all
Matt
the
Mercer
time.
ran into the same thing with the Cobalt Soul Monk of every time Bo punches someone, like, here's the stats. You punch this person and know that they're really weak to fire.
Yeah.
Anywho, defensive tactics is the next selection. I believe I know evasion is one of the new ones. I think they're all actually kind of new. So originally they had opportunity attacks against you are made with disadvantage. When a creature hits you with an attack, you gain +4 to AC against all subsequent attacks. So multi-attack stuff. Or you can have advantage against being frightened. Now, I think all of these are different. When you are subjected to an effect that makes you make a dex save, you can instead take no damage. So you have evasion. You can do Hunter's Leap. If an enemy you can see enters space within 5 feet of you, can use your reaction to move up to half your speed without provoking attack of opportunity, which is just the shifters thing. I forget which shifter it is, but one of the sub-races. And finally, Uncanny Dodge lets it so that you can use the Uncanny Dodge from the Rogue. So you can just choose one of the Rogue features to be. And then Superior Hunter's Prey lets you use another of the first thing. They took out these two, which I don't...
The multi-attack one.
Yeah, I don't know why they did this.
Because there's a melee option in there. Can't have that.
Yeah, and they did the same thing with the defense. They took out the defense option and just put it here.
Yeah, so they've kind of half given us back.
They still...
Okay, so if we're being honest, They've given us half of the subclass here.
Here's the benefit that I do still want to say, at the very least, is that
Okay.
at the end of the day, a lot of these, like, if you look at original defensive tactics, this sucked. This
Yeah.
was the only good one. And at the end of the day, uncanny dodge and evasion are better. And you can get
Yeah.
2 of those.
Yeah.
On top of that, again, now you can now get 2 of these earlier ones, which you'll use far more frequently. It still does not have that same, I get to diversify and make my own special ranger,
Hunter. Yeah.
but
It's something.
it's something.
So, but none of that matters because the next thing we're going to read is just miles better than the thing we just read.
We talk about how Wizard Coast can't balance for shit, but then they sometimes, rarely, every so often,
There's one guy, there is one genius there that's allowed to breathe sometimes.
and that's the rogue. That is the rogue.
And we are the first ones to say how much we don't like the rogue stuff. But the rogue might be the best thing in this document, if I'm being entirely honest.
So good. Everything that really matters with what's happening here is, first off, they've imported steady aim just directly into this.
Good decision.
Good decision. They've added weapon masteries. Very nice. Sneak attack does not require to be used on this, which was a stupid change in the previous playtest.
Made it where you couldn't get reaction sneak attacks, which was honestly some of the only... Like, if we're being real, right? Original Rogue. There is such a minimal amount of decision-making that goes on in playing the original Rogue that you were kind of starved for stuff to do during combat. Even though you're doing really well, you're starved for just your interaction as a player. And getting reaction sneak attacks, finding ways to do that, was kind of one of the only ways you could interact with strategy as a rogue, right?
And then they did cunning strikes.
And now they've said, oh, you want decisions. And they're like, oh, okay.
I believe the rest of this is just reorganizing, returning things to specific levels and such.
Yeah, honestly, everything else here is pretty much exactly the same. Let's just talk about the new thing.
So.
Oh, and they get weapon mastery, just
Yeah.
like every weapon character. So,
Which is actually good because it stacks with everything we're about to say.
and Vex exists, which just solves sneak attack for the rest of your life.
All the time. It's so good. So, cunning strikes. How this works is when you deal sneak attack damage, you can add one of the following effects to that strike. Each effect has a die cost. So when you actually roll sneak attack, you can decide to just.
I was gonna say this is a genius way to do this.
Yeah. You just take the pool of sneak attack that you have. You cut some of those dice out of it and apply an effect to the sneak attack damage. So, the options you have are, and by the way, it scales with your dexterity. Very nice. You can just take 1d6 out and disarm an opponent. That's good. You can take 1d6 out and poison an opponent, making them make a Constitution saving throw or be poisoned for 1 minute. It, takes the case over, like, multiple saving throws over a minute. You need to have Poisoner's Kit, but you can just say you have that. Or you can trip someone by making them make a dexterity saving throw. Or you can just, for free, move half your movement speed without doing an opportunity attack. Again, these can happen if you manage to provoke sneak attack on a reaction off your turn. You can do all of these off your turn. That's really good.
This is crazy. And can we point out the subclasses? Some of the subclasses interact with this system.
Yep. Before we get that, there's more. There's more.
Yeah, there's
At 14th
it
level,
improves.
Devious Strikes. You can then daze, forcing to make a Constitution saving throw, or be dazed until the end of its next turn. Next turn, by the way. That's better. That is old Stunning Strike.
Well, dazed is a different condition,
Right. But it has the same
It's still good.
duration.
Yeah, it's still good.
66 for knocked out, which means if they fail a Constitution saving throw, they're just unconscious.
Hold on, what level is this? 14?
14. It's going to
is
take
66 the
most.
entire? 14 is 76. So you're yeah. So that's almost all of your sneak attack damage.
But-
to try the.
You knock them the fuck out.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
I need to ask. So, Sentinel is the thing that means that if they just move, then you provoke attack of opportunity.
No. Sentinel is if they attempt to attack someone else, you get to make attack of opportunity.
Right. Okay. Which means you could Sentinel, provoke this, knock them out, and they just down.
Let me look at something real quick. Unconscious. Okay, if I could spell first of all. Let me look at the exact. All right, here's the exact ramifications of the unconscious condition, right? Because we don't interact with it ever
Unless
so
you're
let's see.
dead.
You have the incapacitated and prone conditions. Incapacitated means you could not take any actions, bonus actions, movement actions, no actions whatsoever. You drop whatever you're holding. When this condition ends, you remain prone. Your speed is 0. Attack rolls against you have advantage. I'd love to think the fact that you could actually miss someone who's unconscious.
Sure.
You automatically fail strength and dexterity saving throws. Any attack roll that hits you is a critical if the attacker is within 5 feet of you.
Which is why this is such a, like, you're using all your sneak attack, but my god, is this going to turn a fight if you land it?
I wanna point out, like, imagine remember that whole unkept smite damage thing? Rogue plus paladin, like, I'm playing a rogue, you're playing a paladin. I knock this guy out. If you go after me, you 9th level smite him and it auto crits. That man is dust.
Just ashes to the wind. By the way, there's one more.
Yeah, there's one more.
You strike near target's eye, and they need a dex saving throw, or they're blinded until the end of its next turn.
It's also pretty good.
So, this is a lot. This is so good.
I have a feeling that there's going to be people that have a problem with the fact that it costs your damage to do this stuff. I think it's entirely worth it.
I think that's so much fun. I think it, like,
Yeah.
you still can play the rogue the same way, where you stab someone and deal 1,000,000 damage, and it's fine, and you crit fish. This just gives you options. Unlike what they seem to be doing with the ranger, but the rogue just, like, it's the opposite thing. They do everything we wanted the ranger to do.
Can I also say that because you're giving up a pretty hefty amount of damage for some of these things, could you make the argument that with this system in place, the rogue could be allowed to have extra attack?
It could, it just... I mean, at that point, I still think the once per turn sneak attack is still fair since it's also on reaction.
Well, yeah,
so-
sneak attack would still be once per turn. But could you make an argument that the rogue can have extra attack if
I
this
could.
system is in place?
I could see the argument.
Yeah. I'm not saying it needs it. I'm just saying there's a conversation there that could happen.
Now we have to do the subclasses. I
Golly.
think the Arcane Trickster, for the most part, is the same, other than you now have uncapped wizard spell list.
Yeah, that's pretty much it.
Just double checking. Yeah, that's it.
It also apparently Versatile Trickster allows you to use certain of your cunning stripes with your mage hand.
I
That's what
read
the
that. I
thing
couldn't
says.
find it. Like, I read through
Versatile
it.
Trickster. You gain the ability to distract targets with your mage hand. When you use the disarm or trip options of your cunning strike, you can also target that option at a creature within 5 feet of the spectral hand. So basically, you can place your mage hand somewhere else
Oh.
and use disarm or trip options on the person the mage hand is next to and not the person you're hitting.
Okay. That's pretty
That's
good.
kind of convoluted to get to work, though, for being honest.
It is.
Regardless, the assassin. Okay, let's all admit something, right? The assassin, in the right scenario, in like original 5e, can do a truckload of damage. It is incredibly hard to rely on the surprise conditions.
It's so hard. So they changed Assassinate, Infiltration Expertise, and Venomed Weapons is just a whole new thing. And then Death Strike no longer requires the target to be surprised.
Mhm.
Assassinate originally... That's going down on the Assassin Rogue here. You only have advantage against creatures that hasn't taken a turn in combat yet. In addition, any hit you score against creatures that is surprised is a critical hit. Still have the you now have advantage on initiative. That's nice. And during the first round of combat, you have advantage on against the people that haven't taken a turn. But also, if you sneak attack anyone during that round, the target takes extra damage. Just any target during that round. So you only get the advantage, at the first, if they haven't gone. You always get the extra damage. It's still less, though, because it used to be an auto crit. Now it's just the extra damage as your rogue level.
We did it seems like we sacrificed damage for it being far more intuitively usable.
The only unfortunate thing is, the same thing I thought of with the Gloomstalker of,
Yeah.
it's only once. Only once. Hope you got it.
But at the same time, it gives you that option of, there are people that want to be that whole, I want to ambush someone. I want to get the drop. I want that to be my character style. I want to get the drop on them.
Yeah, it works now.
Yeah, it works now.
Infiltration expertise, I believe, combines some features. Basically, while in a disguise created by your kit, you have advantage on interception checks made while pretending to be someone else, and you can unerringly mimic another person's speech, handwriting, or both, if you spent at least an hour studying each.
It's fine.
Yeah, just hide. And Venom.
It's still a very niche one that's sometimes hard to make use of.
Yeah.
Especially when things like disguise self exist. But, c'est la vie.
Envenom weapons is entirely new, and now lets you, when you use the poison option of your Cunning Strike, you also just deal 2d6 poison damage whenever it fails the saving throw. So you can now actually poison them.
Yeah, considering it costs 1d6 to do the poison option, you would just always do this now.
Yeah, this is just going to be like, if I have no other option, I'll do this unless they're immune to poison, which is actually kind of frequent. But...
Yeah. But still, you get that feeling of hey, because I've honestly always wanted that kind of character is someone that poisons their blades and stuff like that. I think it's sad that there's not a lot of support for that, but this is kind of cool.
And Death Strike, as I said before, now works against people even if they're not surprised. And then the best one. The best one.
Now, I would play this assassin. I would absolutely play this assassin. The Swashbuckler wins by a long shot.
By far, even including the Bard that I talked about, Swashbuckler combined with Rogue is just the new best. So, they changed 3 things. Panache has been redesigned to apply its effects through Cunning Strike, which...
just Panache.
Panache. I don't even know. I'm trying to find Panache. Here it is. So that's all new features. Dashing Strikes replaces Elegant Maneuver at 13th level and gives additional Cunning Strike options. And Master Duelist has been redesigned to allow you to make additional attack, provided you meet requirements. So, what are those? Those are Goad. At 9th level, you can force the target to make a Wisdom saving throw. And until the end of its next turn, the target has disadvantage on attack rolls against targets other than you. So you basically say, fight me. Which is cool. You can also do Awe, which allows you to... each creature of your choice within 30 feet of you makes a Wisdom saving throw or just charm because you're just that good. You just dazzle them.
I want to point out that because this goes off your whole cunning action, your cunning attack thing, you do that. This happens after you stabbed them. If you stab someone,
you really get them. You twirl the rapier and then get them into joint. You're like, ow, wow, that was a really good strike. Damn, you got me, man.
This is full on. Do you want to be the Man in Black from Princess Bride? Because this is it, man.
And then you get more.
You get more.
Dashing strikes. The following options are now among your Cunning Strike options. Roll a d6. Until the start of your next turn, you gain a bonus to your AC equal to the number rolled. Invigorate.
I like parrying things.
You do like parrying things. You can also Invigorate, which also costs 2d6. Choose a creature you can see within 30 feet of yourself. Until the end of that creature's next turn, whenever it makes an attack roll or saving throw, it can roll a d6 and add the number rolled to the attack roll or saving throw. You can do so much.
That's potentially very strong.
The best part about this is, unlike so many resources in this handbook or in 5e in total, it's always you can do this a number of times equal to short rest. You can do this number of times equal to proficiency. This number of times equal to wisdom modifier. All you're doing here is sacrificing damage and you can do this as many times as you want in combat. You are just
long as
endless.
It is a lit. The only strange thing about this design is that it is a little weird sometimes when it's like I can only help my friends by stabbing someone. But design-wise, it's super cool.
Mechanically, it's there. It's great. And then they also made Master Duelist work, so you can, immediately after you use your sneak attack, you can make another attack against the same target provided you within 5 feet, and no other creatures are within 5 feet of you.
Dude, in terms of this new Waves design, the Rogue is easily my favorite one.
So good.
But I have such a strong feeling that there's going to be so much of the internet that bitches about giving up their sneak attack damage.
How dare I? I'm not instantly killing my enemy? What the fuck? No, I love this.
I hope it stays.
I really hope it stays. It's so good. It's so good. I read this, for the most part, it's just, again, housekeeping.
Yeah, Thief didn't change that much, I don't think. Although Supreme Sneak basically gives you an option to remain stealthed while you attack as a cunning strike.
Must have been the wind.
Must have been the wind, has if you have a slit in your neck.
And then we're nearing the end. There are a few things. Some of the spells and cantrips and stuff I want to cover too, because some of them have.
Yeah, well, can we give a quick second? Just all the classes. Well, how do you feel about just classes? If the PHB printed tomorrow with this, with all the classes that they've been presented so far, how do you feel about the classes of new 5e at this point?
God, it shakes up my experience of what I would think is the best and worst. Here,
Doesn't shake off of what I think is the worst.
I mean, yeah, I know what the worst is. It's more like the ranking, because
Yeah.
so far, we already know what's the worst. I'd still slot probably Sorcerer down, because between Sorcerer and Ranger still does what it does, it just does one thing. Sorcerer had its identity ripped apart and thrown to everywhere else.
Are you ranking Sorcerer as the worst?
No, I'm ranking Monk as...
Okay, you didn't say anything about it.
No, I
so
said we know what the worst is.
Oh, okay.
Point is, Sorcerer's probably the second worst.
Yeah.
And then it's just up and down, which one's the better and worse. It gets a mixed package.
There's a big middle clump of these are fine. These are good.
And then Paladin and Wizard just sit snug at the top
I think the Rogue is with them.
I think
I
so.
honestly think the Rogue is with them.
It's actually weird, actually. With all the changes that happened to Bard, I still don't think it's the strongest.
Well, Bard doesn't... And I honestly think this is where it should be. Bard is not the best at anything, maybe besides being a skill monkey, but there's still things that can compete with it in that regard. But it can be good at damn near everything.
I would happily put Rogue, Wizard, Paladin just snug at the top. Monk and Sorcerer snug at the bottom. And what is that? That's 5 classes? Yeah, so there's still 7 just mingled in the middle there. That's just a podge of I don't know where I would put them.
Well, everything else in the middle there is they have good and bad. There's things I really think they should change here, but there's some good things about them. But man, class design is all over the fucking place.
It's all over. And they haven't even touched the Artificer.
Did they say if they're going to for the PHP,
said...
or are they going to sell that to us again?
Oh, I think they've already admitted they're going to sell it as a Tasha's re-release. Or at least something on that degree of it's going to be in something else.
I really wonder how much they can milk people before the burnout kind of happens.
Yeah.
Some would say it might already be happening.
I think it's already happening. I mean, people are going to start buying it less and less and less. And that, look, the capitalist mentality of like, I need to keep selling this. It doesn't really work in this when only one person needs to buy this.
For it to work.
Yeah.
There's also, I mean, it's been proven, it is proven, they have taken a substantial capital hit since the OGL incident earlier this year.
Yeah.
So there is a large chunk of people that have already moved on.
Yep. There sure has.
Anyways, spells?
Spells.
You said you had some you wanted to cover?
There are some here that I would like to cover, because more than what I've said has changed. And it will tell you. Gives a little, like, hint here. I gotta go all the way past the spell list to actually get to it. So, everything listed here on these little boxes will be what's different. All these banishing smites, the main difference is that they are now a paladin thing, and they are now a bonus action. So you can't two-weapon fight with this, which is sad, but yeah. I think honestly the only thing that still changes, despite as much as the internet cried out, I'd make them able to work on ranged weapons, but I mean,
I also
guess...
wouldn't make them a fucking bonus action. That's stupid.
Yeah, but either way, they all work with unarmed strikes, and they are all now paladin exclusive spells. Conjure Barrage works exactly the same. It's just a ranger spell. Same with Conjure Volley. That's pretty sure.
Yeah.
Smite's the same thing. Bonus
Wait.
action. What?
Hold on, read Conjure Volley. Like the change.
You banish a weapon, use the cast, choose point. Hundreds of small, similar spectral weapons or ammunition appropriate to the weapon fall on volley. Each creature of your choice that you can see within 40 foot, 20 foot, dexterity saving throw. The creature takes 8d8 force damage on failed or half as much on success. So it can work with a melee. Oh,
It says in the changes, Conjure Barrage and Conjure Volley were made to work with melee weapons now.
Oh, thank God. That makes it a lot better.
Melee Ranger lives. It lives.
It doesn't change my flaws with the class, but it lives.
Hey, that's one flaw that we can tick off the box. Cool. All right.
Nice.
Neat. Weird, but neat.
Element.
Does that mean if does that mean if I made my ranger around swords, there's just a bunch of swords that fly out of the air?
Yeah, it's like the D&D movie.
That's funny.
Elementalism. We've been over it. This is literally just you can do a series of random things with a specific elements around you between earth, fire, air, and water.
I put it in the same box as Thaumaturgy, Prestidigitation, Druidcraft. It's just in that same box.
Yeah, it doesn't really change anything. Same thing here with Fine Steed. It's a paladin spell now. I'm pretty sure everything else is the same. I don't believe it said anything changed with it. I'm actually gonna double check that. Yeah, it doesn't seem like it changed at all.
No.
Hunter's Mark, here's what I said. So, again, you can move it as a bonus action, but when you cast a spell using a spell slot of 3rd or 4th, it is now lasts for 8 hours, and it deals 2d6 damage, and now it is also 5th level. You can maintain concentration for 24 hours, and it's 3d6. Overall, it's like, not that big.
I think it's far worse.
So much worse.
Because now it takes up your highest level spell slot. If you're a ranger that's trying to do the most damage you can, which is a ranger's job, ranger is an exclusively, if I'm being entirely honest, a ranger is exclusively a damage dealing class. Your highest level spell slot will always be occupied by Hunter's Mark at this point. Because why would it not? You have to. And I will point out, you have to keep up with the damage that you were already doing before. Because before it scaled with the number of attacks you got. Now, that same to get that same dice back, you have to spend higher level spell slots.
Yeah.
Or at least stupid decision, but okay.
Looking for specifically these two. I'm pretty sure Power Word Heal and Kill are the same.
Power Word Kill just got to change where it will still deal damage if the thing has has more than 100 hit points.
Yeah, and they're both enchantment spells.
Yeah.
I think they were evocation before.
Power Word Kill was an enchantment spell, but Heal was evocation before.
Yeah. You got all these smites being all over it.
Vicious Mockery apparently got changed.
It did. Now it's increases now 1d6 instead of d4. I think that's the main difference. I think it's all the same, which is still fine, but now the bard has access to more cantrips.
Oh, the change. Here's something interesting, by the way. The change box says that it now Vicious Mockery now scales only with bard levels, not character level.
Yeah, it's a bard specific spell.
That's stupid.
I mean, no one would use it anyways.
No one cares.
I'd rather use Mind Sliver personally.
Yeah.
I think...
That's everything.
Yeah, and all the feats.
Because everything else is smites. Most of it was taken up by smites.
Yeah, all the feats are basically the same, other than the 19th level thing can do this. Just because if you're at 19th level and take an ASI, you can get something to 22. And now you need to have the fighting style feature to get additional fighting style feats. So, for example, a warlock would not be able to pick up a fighting style.
That's stupid.
Yeah.
That's dumb.
And then the weapon table, I don't believe that's changed. All of this, I checked. All the things that matter don't change.
Hey. Oh, hey. You know what that means?
But
that means that the rogue and the monk and the ranger cannot get two-weapon fighting style.
don't the ranger? I think the ranger has fighting style, doesn't it?
I don't remember seeing it.
Going all the way back. No, you're right. It has weapon map. No, yeah, fighting style right here.
Oh, does it fighting style? Okay.
I know the rogue doesn't, and the monk doesn't.
Yeah. That's why. Wait, why would you make a feat have that kind of? So wait, the prerequisite to this feat is that you have to have the feature that gives you what this feat what this feat does.
It basically says that if you want to take a feat to get another fighting style, you can only if you already know a fighting style.
So yeah, so this feat is only for someone who already has a fighting style taking another fighting style.
Yeah.
That is beyond stupid. Anyways, amongst the things we'll be ignoring, I guess, for now.
Yep. I already said this, but I can already see us, like, when this eventually comes to print, we're basically just going to be looking at the print, the UA, and the original, and be like, okay, let's start, like,
compiling
what we want. It's going to be an endeavor.
I can already see the things that the internet will probably rip into with this one. I'm hoping they agree with us on the rogue. Really do, because it does seem to be the loud Redditors is how they determine what stays and what goes.
I have read that Reddit does rogue change at least.
Thank God. But man, there's a lot of things in this that I hope there's some things in this that get ripped into because it deserves it. I want to say there was an equal amount of good as bad, but was there?
I think it was condensed. So we had basically all the bard other than the glamour.
Yeah.
I still like the paladin overall, although the subclasses didn't change. The cleric was still also overall good. It was just a few of them were weird.
I don't think the cleric was overall good because I think the cleric is worse than the previous UA version of itself.
It's true. So I guess it was mostly not great.
Even if it's mostly not great, the things that are bad are really bad.
Very bad. Very, very, very bad. The rogue can only balance out so much.
The rogue and the bard are trying their best. The druid was like half and half. There were good things and bad things about the druid.
Yeah.
The druid subclasses, A+. Keep those.
I think it's going to be interesting going forward because when you really do the math, so these always come out 2 months, every 2 months at the end of a month.
Yeah.
That means we get one in August.
Yeah.
In October.
Mm-hmm.
December. So we get 3 more. And then who knows?
Sometime that year, the PHP has to be printed.
Yeah, so who knows? Because if you know anything about sending products out, you cannot be making changes even like a few months out. You have to be like ready so far in advance for everything to be prepared.
Well, I'm just wondering why they've given themselves this arbitrary 2-month thing.
I don't know either.
Like, you don't have to do ones as big as this if you just want to give us the documents more often. So that we can give you feedback more often, right?
Yeah. I was
It doesn't-
surprised too.
I'm also surprised that they still plan to release in 2024.
Well, that one I'm not surprised, because Hasbro's probably like, that's the 50th anniversary for D&D, and you gotta do it then.
Oh, Jesus Christ. This is gonna be a... I hope they can figure it out before then, is all I'm gonna say. I hope they can figure it out.
Hopefully. I wonder what the next
'Cause they've
UA
still
is
got-
gonna do. Probably
The next
races.
year is probably going to be the next draft of the ones we don't see here,
Well,
and probably races as
Well, I think
well.
it might
Another
be-
draft of races.
I'm actually gonna guess that's gonna be smaller. I think what they're gonna do, because they just said in this one that their epic boons are gonna return later. I think the next UA is going to be races, a return to feats in general, like they might return to what level 1 feats do and what epic boons do and everything. And possibly just weapon masteries and not the actual classes around them. Like, basically, I can imagine them doing everything that's not a class next time.
If you had to give them one message, just like saying, just one message of like of the design of the game, where the game is going in general, what would you say to them?
Please, God, save the monk and the sorcerer. But
Well,
you're not that strong.
I mean, something more broad stroke, like so not fix this thing. Because my thing to them is stop making things very lame, because you're making a lot of things very simplistic and lame. I
Yeah.
don't think that's what you need to do.
Stop simplifying. Like, look, they've said before that they're trying to like make it approachable to new players, but I promise you that a new player is gonna enjoy it. It's a team game. They have help. It's not like playing a fucking Final Fantasy 14 for the first time all on your own and learning everything at the same time. They have a table of people to help them. You can make things slightly more complicated.
Just have some conscious players. Listen. There's the tinfoil hat thing that a lot of people believe that Wizards of the Coast is still. There was a leak, however long ago, supposedly, that Hasbro is highly trying to encourage Wizards of the Coast to gear D&D towards kids because they want to market it to kids. And I can see the argument. I'm not saying it's true. I can just see where that argument is coming from.
Yeah. Honestly, though, I'd say kids learn things way better than adults.
I think they just need to have a little more faith in their players. They also need to not. They need to remember what this is, right? What this is. I'm going to sound like I'm going to echo something that Abby says a lot. This is a cooperative storytelling game. This is not a MOBA. Stop balancing it like it's a MOBA.
Yeah.
This is a game where if you think something is cool and fun, you should just do it. Because you're not competing against anyone on a leaderboard in some kind of fair contest of wit. Because when you think about that, the entire idea of balancing this game feels stupid. You balance it enough for it to make sense. You don't sit here and say, all right, well, if we give the rogue this D6, we have to take away something else from somewhere. Why? Why would you need to do that? No. That's that. I've always had that take. I think if something is just cool for tabletop games, you should just do it. Because what does it hurt? Truly, what does it hurt?
That's entirely why I like the Barbarian so much. It just got random features. I was like, this is cool.
Mm-hmm.
Anywho, I need to end the stream. It's been 4 hours.
Oh, you're not going to go play Pikmin 4?
know. But I hope you guys had fun. I'm gonna end the
Comic horror
stream now.
D&D.
Good night, everyone.
Good night, everyone.